backup recording. Okay, and backup recording is going. Okay, so Bismillah again. Thank everyone for coming to another episode of Lisān Lab, where we record great conversations about pretty much everything. I mean, I like to say language, but we end up talking about everything. MashaAllah. So again, some real quick updates. I have some technical issues with this name on the website, or this root on the database, so we're not going to use it today. But I just want to announce some quick updates to the Mindroots website. You can now access the podcasts and the reports directly from there. So inshallah, I'll have all of them up there soon. Yeah. And as always, if you have any feedback, any design suggestions, please feel free to share those. Okay, so like I said, some technical issues with the database here. So if you're curious, it just doesn't render the names here. So we're just going to go back to what I used to use for years. This is the lexicon.quran research. I'll share the website in the chat if anybody has not used this website before. But yeah, okay, so Al-Wahhab, so often translated as the giver or the giver of gifts. Wahhab, usually we'll start with the form, especially if we haven't talked about the form before, but we have talked about this form many times. It's probably the most common form that comes up in the 99 names. So again, it's the intensive active participle. So you can see here, I'm sharing the screen, right? So you can see here, this would be number 3 here would be the normal active participle, wahib. So and then wahhab would be the intensive form, which we assign to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Since we talked about this form so much, I don't think there's much more to say. If you weren't here last week, the only thing I mentioned that was new was that sometimes this form is used not necessarily to indicate intensivity, but also just to indicate repetition. So sometimes we use it for like certain occupations. So like a carpenter or a butcher, they follow that pattern of fa'al with the doubling of the middle letter. So you would say gazar for a butcher, or nagar for najjar. My Egyptian is coming out for a carpenter. And here when we say wahhab, so the giver of gifts, but Allah's the best giver of gifts, continuously giving us gifts, always giving us gifts. So both the intensive meaning and the repetitive meaning is in this form of wahhab and fa'al here. So I think, yeah, we can just jump over to the root. So again, like some of the previous roots that we've had, this is a fairly intuitive root. So there's not maybe too much reflection that you will find yourself doing, I think, because it's, very basic kind of meaning, very intuitive. But I think there's a little bit of a difference here too as well. So hiba is a gift. So wahhab is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He is the gift giver. Hiba is another word that comes from this root, or that shares this root, and it can generally mean a gift. So yeah, like I said, like some of the previous other roots, very intuitive. So there isn't a lot of like metaphor happening in the root, but there is something that does happen that's a little bit kind of unique, I think. So in previous examples, or in previous sessions, we looked at words which kind of give us a bigger picture of the root, right? All of these words are coming under one root, and so we kind of say that there's a larger meaning that's bigger than any of the smaller words that's captured by the root, and all of the individual words, they kind of give us like a different angle or a different shade of meaning. So often, sometimes, especially in these sessions, what we try and do is we try and find like the concrete stuff and then see how it links to the abstract stuff. So for example, the first session we started with, rahmah, mercy, rahman. And then we connected the idea of mercy, which is like an abstract concept, right? You can't touch mercy, you can't really grab it. But that's grounded with the idea of a womb, right? So a physical, concrete thing here. So that's generally what I call in my research like a cognitive grounding, right? Because like you take something that's abstract, how do you know that abstract thing is a real thing, right? We link it to something that's physical in physical reality. So that happens often in a lot of these sessions, right? So we did the womb with Malik. We had like the idea of grasping something is related to like a king. With Quddus, we had like the idea of holiness being connected to like physical movement, being far away. But then we had some words that were very like intuitive, like salam and mu'min, and these roots are really kind of simple meanings, like to be safe or to be secure. In this case, we have giving, a gift. So very common human practice, right? And it probably is as old as time, right? One of the oldest traditions of mankind is giving gifts. So there isn't really much more you can say about it, right? There isn't a lot more to it. But there is one thing that is maybe kind of a modern, maybe a modern evolution of language, you could say, maybe, I think, because I don't think it was present in the classical. Sorry, let me get back to the point I was trying to make. Generally, we take abstract concepts and we try and find a physical link. One of the coolest ones actually was when we did a few weeks ago, qahar. And then I think it was in Arash, we found like a rare usage of the word, meaning to cook meat until the juices come out, right? So again, we're taking this like abstract concept of like overpowering somebody or forcing someone to do something, and then we find like a physical link somehow. In this case with Wahhab, gift giving is already a very physical thing. It's already a very common, basic human interaction. So there isn't really anything that can make it more physical. But we can go in the opposite direction, right? And we can kind of go more abstract. And so that's kind of what happens here. So in Arabic, and I think this is mostly a modern thing, but we say mawhiba, right? And mawhiba generally means a gift, right? Like hiba, but it's more the kind of gift that we associate with somebody who has like a special talent or who has like a special ability or something like that. Mawhub is that would be the passive participle form of that. So like the object of or the object of receiving an action that receives an action is mawhub. So the one who receives a gift is mawhub. But a mawhiba is like a gift or a talent or a special ability. So it's kind of a little bit opposite to what we usually encounter when we take an abstract idea and we tie it to a physical thing, because here we have something that's very physical, right? Giving a gift, very, very old idea. And then we tie that to something that's even more abstract, right? Like a talent or a special gift or I think is even used for like, savants as well. People that have like, amazing ability to recall things or memorize things, things like that. The other thing we can say about mawhub or mawhiba here is that it follows the pattern of causality or instrumentality, like we said before. So whenever you have that meme in the beginning of a noun, it always indicates that it's not just the thing itself, but it's the cause of the thing itself, right? It's the thing that allows the thing to happen in the first place. Like when we say mahabba, for example, that's not love. It comes from hub, comes from the same root, but it's not just simply love. It's from where love comes from. So that's kind of the meaning that we have here in mawhiba, right? Going from a simple gift to the idea of being talented or being blessed with a special ability. I think that's all I have pretty much on the root and the form. I have some other thoughts on gift giving in general, but I talked enough for the first part here. Does anybody have any thoughts they'd like to share? MashaAllah, subhanAllah, that's a rarity. Khair, inshallah. So yeah, like I said,
Maybe that's the gift. Is
maybe
that the
that
gift?
the gift is the yeah. Sometimes silence is a gift for sure. Sometimes we think that God is not answering us, but the silence is um is more special than we realize.
Yeah. So sorry to break that silence, but yeah, in that Fususul Hikam, we were reading of gifts or gift giving, or as a gift being the facet, being the first that connected Seth alayhi salam. Um, so how would we connect that, like Wahab with Seth, the prophet Seth?
Oh, Seth.
Yes, and that Seth in I think in some Hebrew etymology means gift.
What?
Are the are
Oh,
uh,
for Seth.
yes, for
His
Seth.
his name. Oh, I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Ibn Arabi, or I never even heard of Seth before Ibn Arabi outside of like Christian theology,
Yeah.
actually. So I don't. If anybody knows anything about that, but I mean, I think we've talked about gift giving in a lot of different ways, in these sessions and in the Fasul sessions, or the Sufi path sessions, because we often talk about this idea of like uh, God annihilating and creating the world or existence in every moment, right?
Yeah.
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 So in that sense, it's creation, existence, our life, every breath that we take is a gift. But in that cosmological sense of the world being or existence being created and destroyed every moment. The
Yeah.
entire everything is a gift, right? All of creation is a gift.
Yeah. So would it be connected to um the I what's the word for seed in Arabic?
Seed,
Yeah, seed.
habba, which
Habba.
is
So
yeah.
it's with the other hay. It's with the other
Oh,
um
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay,
Different sound. Yeah.
so this one would not connect. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful word and a beautiful term. And I know that in anthropology they connect gift giving to assertion, to the desire to become powerful, to the desire to become to be considered more noble. And for me, that connection is kind of that connection between generosity and nobility is clear in the word akram. Like Kareem is generous, and Kareem is also noble. So when you are generous, then you are noble, or when you're noble, you are generous.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very beautiful point. That but it just points to the beauty of Arabic to me. Because a lot of things
Yeah,
are tied together in that way. That's like to the Arabs it was intuitive and it was obvious, but like
Yes.
as non-Arabs sometimes. I mean, I'm an Egyptian. Some people debate whether that's Arab or not, but at least as being an American-born, person, first
Yeah.
gen, it's still like a surprise to me whenever I come across these things. Like, oh wow, Kareem is not just somebody who's generous. It's how we
Yeah.
conceive of honor in the Arabic
Exactly.
language. Yeah,
Exactly. For me too, like I don't, it's not my language. So to realize that when we say Quran, Kareem, Quran, that's how we call the Quran, Quran Sharif or Quran Kareem. And to realize when I started learning Arabic on, the little app Duolingo, to realize, oh my God, it's actually generous. So generosity, the connection between generosity and nobility, and to be moved by that there is a theology or a kind of a theology, right? A conception of divinity, a conception of goodness behind the language in the meaning making of this language.
yeah. It's a. I mean, at the very, I like to think of it as like a metaphysics. Really, every language has its own kind of like metaphysics.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of like an epistemology even, or an ontology, or it's a structure for the mind for sure. Um,
Exactly.
yeah. And going back to the idea of talent, we say mohiba, right, from the same root in Arabic. Even that I think is like it's really special, right? Because like if you say talent or if you say someone, I mean we say gifted, we say gifted
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
English, right? So
In English.
yeah, so it is a little bit cross linguistic, right? The idea is so intuitive, right, that you
Yeah.
find it in both languages. Um,
Yeah.
but then you can have a word like talent itself, right? Which
Yeah.
I think the way hiba is explained in Arabic is that it's the kind of gift that it, it has no, like, you couldn't have expected it, right? You couldn't
Mm.
have anticipated it in any way, or you couldn't have even designed it, yeah, in your own way. That's why, or you couldn't have come up with it in your own way. That's why we say mohiba for somebody who's talented or gifted or has some kind of like special ability, because nobody could have conceived it, or nobody could have actually given that kind of gift before. Um,
I, and I think that's one of the keys to the make the distinction. Like with Al Wahhab, the name uh, Al Wahhab and Al Razzaq, scholars will make the distinction that Al Razzaq you can call upon Allah with the Al Razzaq in something that you are working on,
right.
right? Like, so may Allah grant you that through the means. So you're working on something, you are doing your part, you trying to accomplish something, and you use a razak. But then if you don't have the means, you call upon Allah using al wahhab. So for example, for um like a medical condition, people would say that there's no cure for it. So here you use al wahhab, because al wahhab, the distinction is Allah, everything is a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But with Al Wahhab, you are asking Allah to give you something without the means. So that's the distinction, like the scholars make between Al Razzaq wal Wahhab. And even like from the Quran, when one of the prophets use it as Allahumma habli min ladunka, and that will be something that, like Sulaiman alayhi salam, he asked Allah for um, a kingdom that never been gifted to anyone before him or after him, and he used Al Wahhab to ask for that, and through the Quran, with when you use Al Wahhab, it's you are asking Allah beyond the means to give you that something. You're asking for something beyond the means for it.
Yeah, exactly. Jazakallah khair. I think the oh, sorry. So yeah, I think the context of of Wahhab in the Quran is almost always associated with impossible situations. So I think Ammar mentioned the one with Zakaria, where he's asking for a child, right? But his wife is unable to conceive, right? So, فَاسْتَجَبْنَا لَهُ وَوَهَبْنَا لَهُ يَحْيَى, right? So Allah uses this verb from this root to explain that kind of gift. So yeah, I think that's another point that we can make, is that you can, this kind of name maybe you would invoke when you're in an impossible situation, not when you maybe Razak you would choose for a situation where you have a little bit more control, right? Maybe you just need to get to work on time or find another job or something like that. But Wahhab, I think you would use in situations where it's it seems impossible. There seems like there's no possible solution.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. Al-Razzaq, sorry, I just wanted to add this. Al-Razzaq will, like, you are asking for the means too. Like Al-Razzaq, Allah will grant you something. When you're asking for, it's a risk. So the risk will come to you through the means, through
Right. Yeah.
like through the means, right? Because with the scholars, they have, there's 3 levels of amrullah, like for things to happen. Is it's either through the means or against the means or without means. And like the example of through the means, that's the life that we live, when we understand like physics and we understand the stability of life on an like the surface of life, what we call science, like mathematics, physics, chemistry. But against the means, the example would be like the fire for Ibrahim alayhi salam.
Right.
Ibrahim alayhi salam, when he Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed the very nature of fire. He didn't put down the fire, or no, the fire itself had a different functionality. It resulted in something exactly the opposite, and that's against the means. And there's without the means. Without the means, it get like really tricky when they talk about the examples. Maybe it goes over my head, but without any means, like kun fayakun, like the conception for Isa alayhi salam, for example, something that without any means, without any other means. So with the Wahhab, it's the impossible situations. With the Razzaq, it's for someone to use it like to understand that you are asking for the means too. So you can a Razzaq for like with your work, it will be the right thing to ask is by a Razzaq, because you want to earn the means. You want Allah to provide you the means itself, so you can earn the result. Like it's like you are building something. It's a process. But if it's impossible, you don't really care about the means. It's something impossible. You don't want to go through the whole journey of the means, which can be. So you ask for the result, and if Allah grant you that, you can have it. If Allah decided to give you that, you will be gifted that.
Right. So Razak, we're asking for the means, and with Wahhab, we don't know the means. Right. That's kind of another way to say. Right. We can't even conceive
in a way,
of it.
the way that these names like relate, Al-Razaq and Al-Wahhab is the same way that Al-Ghaffar and Al-Afu relate. Like where it's like one of them is like with Al-Ghaffar, it's like you're asking for
Covering.
like you're kind of stepping into like a relationship in a way that it's like you're performing that tawbah, and you're like, I'm gonna work and I'm gonna correct this, and I'm asking for forgiveness. And with Al-Arfu, you're like, Ya Allah, like it's like you're asking Allah to completely turn the page and like completely wipe your account clear of that. And it's the same thing with Al-Razaq and Al-Wahhab in that way, where with Al-Razaq, you're asking like Amar said about the you're for the means, and you're kind of you're striving, and it's like there's something from your end as well. And then when it comes to Al-Wahhab, you're asking from a bestowal from Allah that is like kind of transcendent in a way. Um, and I was also like that was something I wanted to point out as well, like where this all like most of the mentions in the Quran of like this root have to do with like being resourced with a person. Like that is the gift. And it's like in a way that like Allah, He puts the means inside like sources that we wouldn't expect of things that we're asking for or results that we want. Like it's almost like it gets taken off of your plate in a way, and it becomes shared, or it becomes something that comes to you from like an unexpected source and stuff. And I think it's really beautiful how like we mentioned the conception of Isa alayhi salam, but also it's there's um, I think it's in Surat I think it's in Surat Maryam, or not in Surat Maryam. I think it's maybe in Surat Saad or Surat Shu'ara. Allah talks about how he bestowed, he gifted Hazrat Musa alayhi salam with Harun alayhi salam, and that was kind of more of a support thing. So I think that's something that I've been thinking about a lot recently, is like how sometimes the biggest gift in our lives is like righteous company, and how rare that can really truly be, and just feeling blessed in that way, and stuff like kind of opening up to that. There's a level of trust that opens up inside a person when they're in relationship with this name, where you almost like lose that sense of like worry, because you feel taken care of preemptively. And I think for me personally, like I've felt that before I ever contemplated the name. And then when I contemplated the name, like in light of that, it kind of enriched like my experience of the name. And yeah, I lost the rest of my train of thought, so I'm gonna come back later.
No, that's a really good point. Actually, I didn't. I think yeah, you kind of really crystallized an idea here, and I think that it's very accurate that Wahhab, or this root, is really specifically about the gift of people, of connection, I think in every case where we find it here in the Quran. I haven't gone through every single one of these ayahs, but from my memory of talks about this, it's always in the case of being bestowed a child, or being bestowed help, right? I think like the other one is like it's mentioned in the story of Moses, because he was gifted with Harun as support. So I think that's a really that's a really good point. One of the words, actually, I'm not sure if I mentioned this already, but one of the words for one of the meanings for mawhub is somebody who has a child, or someone who's been given a child. I think it's one of these, or it might. Oh, there it is. Yeah, mawhub, a son, or someone. Whatever is given to one by the liberal or the bountiful or the giver by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So yeah, I think that's a beautiful point, where rizq maybe is more like, material, or maybe we can say, right, because there's a means to it. But hiba, mawhub, hiba is also a beautiful name that we name in Arabic as a gift. But yeah, for mawhub, right, our hiba, it really is kind of more about the gift of connection, the gift of a human being. So yeah, the other thing that I wanted to kind of mention here, unless anybody has any thoughts, I'm going to take a little bit of a tangent.
Assalamualaikum.
All right, go ahead. Whoever feel free.
Yes. I wanted to add about what you said about, al-mahud, about children. So Homer mentioned about Shis alayhi salam, and So what we I just opened up like just my notes and I noticed something that so basically she's alayhi salam like each Rasul, I guess even Nabi, has like sort of like basically we can receive
Soldiers, you said?
if we
You said so.
sorry.
Did you say soldiers?
No, each Rasul or Nabi has like a secret
Oh, a
through which we
secret.
can receive, like the awliya can receive specific things through their secrets.
Right, right, right.
And
Okay.
so, sorry, through their reality. So, for instance, so Sheikh alayhi salam is actually the person through whom we receive the gifts. And everything in the cosmos to do with gifts comes through his haqiqah. And so, I mean, this is just from my notes that each Nabi is a symbol of the cosmic reality. And so, the reason why he is like the person or the symbol for gifts is because he himself was a free gift given to Adam alayhi salam, because he is the, I don't think I said this, I think Dr. Faris said this, replacement son for Habil. So, obviously, Adam alayhi salam lost a son. And so this is Sheikh al-Islam is this gift that is given by God to him. And again, there's this thing about like, yeah, so the one thing I was wondering, I mean, because there's so many roots, what Huma brought up, those gifts, actually, I don't think we specifically talked about that. But basically, those gifts are mostly, Ibn Arabi mentions them with the words minah, which is a completely different root. So, I mean, I'd love to know, more about that root as well. But yeah, that's the I think that's like the general word that he uses for gifts, and a lot of them are gifts of wilaya. A lot of them are spiritual gifts. They're not the gift
Sorry.
of children, although that's also a gift. But I wanted to say something about what you were talking about, like mahabba, and Huma said, hub is it's the same root, but it's wait, I think she said seed. Seed is the same root, but this is the same root as mahabba, hub and hab, and I was thinking about like the other word for gifts also, hadiya. And there's a hadith where Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, tahaddu tahabu, give
Mm,
gifts and be loved, I guess,
yeah.
or increase love. I mean, that's increase is not in the word, but in the wording. But I just thought that was interesting that gifts and love are so connected to each other. And again, Amar already mentioned this about like Wahab being like gifts that don't require some effort on our parts. And I thought it was really interesting about like, the idea of mahoob and talented and gifted. When we say someone is like that, like let's say on the piano or something, that implies that they don't have to put in as much effort
Right.
as someone else who's not talented. So there's this like sort of, I guess, effortlessness, ease with with hub, yeah. So and then there's one more thing. What is it? Right. So Suleiman alayhi salam obviously is like the peak, I guess, of Wahhab,
Right.
of the
Yeah.
name Al-Wahhab, because so I was just looking up like the exact dua that he makes to Allah, and it's really interesting. So because he says قال رب اغفر لي, again Ghaffar actually comes first. رب اغفر لي وهب لي ملكا لا ينبغي لأحد من
Mm,
بعدي
right.
إنك أنت الوهاب. So that's interesting. He says he calls on this name, right? Gift me a mulk or a kingdom that will not befit anybody after me. But this is really interesting for me. فسخرنا له الريح تجري بأمره رخاء حيث أصاب والشياطين كل بناء وغصاب. Oh, sorry, not that part. هذا عطاؤنا فامنن أو أمسك بغير حساب. So I feel like this is also like part of the gift of Wahab, is like it says, Allah says, okay, so we subjected the winds and shayateen and um, all the jinn and to him. And then he says, this is our gift. Again, that's a completely different root. عطاء. فمنون أو أمسك بغير حساب. So he can either like he has like it's like there's almost like a non-accountability here. He's saying you can pretty much do or withhold it if you want, I guess,
Right.
from others, but it's بغير حساب. That's really interesting. And about like what's it called? Um, yeah, like there's no accountability because I guess one of our main banes in life is that we have to give hisab, right? For the things that everything that we do pretty much. But it's so interesting that we don't have to do that. But I was also thinking about because this question of razaq versus having one second, I'm just going to look it up. Having like to pursue a means for risk. One second. Yeah, as a manifestation of razaq. But I feel like I want to challenge that narrative because there's definitely obvious that risk. Sometimes we do have to work for our risk, but it says this is the peak of womanhood, I think, not having to work for anything in the physical world. فتقبلها ربها بقبول حسن وأنبتها نباتا حسنا كلما دخل عليها زكريا المحراب وجد عندها رزقا قال يا مريم أنى لك هذا قالت هو من عند الله إن الله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب. So this is also specifically said risk that Zakaria would come. And I think this is like one of the things about, like, again, femininity is about, like, that God has placed the burden of pursuing the asbab for risk on men,
Right.
not of women. And so I guess women can manifest the name Rizaq without sabab. And because Maryam alayhi salam, she's the peak, she's the epitome of womanhood. And she's, فضلك على نساء العالمين. She's chosen over all the women of all the universe, says, then one of her things, so she's able to, like, that means her womb is perfected. So her womb, she receives basically life without male intervention. That is one of, that is the peak of womanhood as well. But I think this is also the peak of womanhood, that she receives the risk without doing absolutely nothing. I mean, without doing absolutely anything. And so it says Zakaria, whenever Zakaria came to her and he found risk with her, and the commentator said that it was fruit that was out of season. But even if it was in season, like, we don't know where it was coming from.
Right.
And he said, Maryam, how did you have this? And she said, it's from Allah.
Right.
Because Allah gives risk to whoever He wants, بغير حساب. So I feel like razaq can also be without accountability and without pursuing a means.
That's awesome. That's a really, really. I love the challenge there. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think it deserves a lot of research. I guess there's really we'd have to really look at each ayah to really kind of say something conclusive. But I think you bring up some strong points for sure, especially with Sulaiman too. Like hiba as not. I mean, I think you can make the argument for Sulaiman that, like, why we're talking about hiba, or why Allah uses that word there a lot, is because everything that Sulaiman was gifted was just like beyond comprehension, right? And a lot of it, just to kind of maybe add a little bit more argument to the idea of it being associated with connection and physical gift, or like human gifts, right, or being bestowed, not human necessarily, but like connection. So I think with Sulaiman, he was gifted control. He was gifted an army of jinn, right? So he had that kind of connection. He had some sort of like, I mean, they're not people, but they are conscious beings of some sort that were, at his disposal. So I think there's an argument for that too. And then with Maryam, I think maybe you could maybe argue that her kind of monasticism, or I mean, like, I think you can kind of make the argument that she didn't do absolutely nothing, right? She did isolate herself. She did put herself in a very like religious or spiritual state. She tried to separate herself from the material world in some way. So maybe we can say rizq is associated with that sort of work as well. Maybe rizq is not just something that comes from physical means, but maybe also spiritual means as well. I mean, it's an interesting challenge. That this is how we disambiguate and clarify and crystallize meaning, right? By kind of diving into the details and seeing these kind of differences there. But just to go back to gifts, because I know some people have to leave, and I really wanted to mention this before we close. And it's just that in terms of the idea of gifts, right? Like as Muslims, as believers in Islam, we have two of the best gifts of all time, right? you know, and that's the Prophet ﷺ, right, and the Quran. And you know, you really can never even conceive of how amazing these two gifts are, right? The Quran on its own, you know, is endless, right? And you know, you can dive into it and study it and dedicate your life to it, and you still wouldn't have even really, you know, scratched the surface, so to speak, right? But then, of course, we have the Prophet ﷺ and his Sunnah, and you know, his character, and there's nothing else. No, there's no other creation on earth that even comes close to that. So I think that that's a really important point to reflect on. And I think yesterday at Joma, the speaker really crystallized it for me with this story. I think I heard this story before, but it didn't really sink in as much. I don't know why. Maybe it's just, you know, the something in the air these days. But so it was a story of a man, or a husband and wife, I think, that lost their son. And this is in the desert, right? So like, you know, I don't know if you have kids, or you know, I'm sure everyone's aware of, like, you know, what it feels like to lose track of a kid at some level, or even if it's like at a store, or a cousin or a sibling or something like that. It's scary, right? So imagine losing your son in the desert, right? And so that's what happened. And you know, by all accounts, if something like that did happen, you know, hundreds of years ago, almost 1,500 years ago, most likely that child would not survive, right? Because conditions in the desert are very difficult, etc. So anyway, they go out and they try and find the son, and eventually they do find him. And the Prophet ﷺ is in this group of people that are looking for him. And so when the man, when the father finds his son, he's very happy and he's elated, and he says, you know, I found my son. So the Prophet ﷺ is seen as not responding to his exclamation. He's kind of silent. And usually in traditional narrations, whenever they describe the Prophet as being silent, that's usually because he's displeased in some way, or he doesn't like something. So some time passes as they make their way back to the city, I guess Mecca or Medina, I'm not sure. And after a while, or maybe before they set out, the Prophet ﷺ told the man, when we get back to the city, don't say, I found my son. Don't say, I found my son. And then the man was like, okay. He didn't really think twice about it. And he just said, okay. It's the Prophet ﷺ, you know, he's giving him an order. So some time passes later, on their way towards the city, and then he decides to ask him. He decides to ask the Prophet ﷺ, why'd you tell me not to do that, not to say that I found my son? And if you haven't heard this story before, my brain was going, oh, he must tell him, like, oh, Allah gave him to him, or something like that, or say Allah gave me back my son, something like that. But that's not what he said, and I was really shocked. It really struck me, you know. And what he said was, when you go back to town, don't say I found my son. Say I found so and so. Say by his name. Right, call him by his name, or I think that's what he said, what he told him to do initially, right? And then the guy was like, okay, and didn't ask twice, and then later he asked him why. So the Prophet ﷺ says, because when you go back to the town, right, there may be some orphans there who will never be reunited with their parents. They will never be reunited with their parents, and when they hear you saying, I found my son, right, they will be heartbroken. So he said, the Prophet ﷺ said, don't break the hearts of the orphans in the city, and just say, I found Hassan, or I found, you know, so and so, by his name. And it's just like, you know, who would think of that? You know, like I mean, my brain was trying to come up with different reasons for why he told him not to say his name, but like, you know, who on earth could think of something like that? You know. None other than the Prophet ﷺ, right? Who, I mean, he himself, of course, was you know, the khutbah was about like struggle and and difficulty, and how that brings out character, right? And so, the speaker was trying to instill the idea of that, like, we all go through difficulty, but we should embrace it. We shouldn't just run away from it and complain, and stuff like that, because that's what builds character. And then he gave the example of the Prophet ﷺ, who lost both his parents, and went through enormous amounts of difficulty, but look at the character that was produced from that sort of difficulty. Yeah, so I just thought that was a beautiful story, and a beautiful way to kind of describe how the Prophet ﷺ, was such a gift to mankind, truly a mercy, to mankind.
Yeah, add to that.
Of course, please do.
I think what you just pointed out here connects to something else that I was thinking, which was like the sunnah around gift giving and receiving, where the Prophet ﷺ, like he wouldn't receive like charity, but he would receive gifts, and that was something that he taught, is like, don't ever refuse a gift. And it's not the hadith that I'm thinking about right now is not exactly about gifts, it's about flowers, but it's like, when someone gives you a flower, don't refuse it, because the flower is light to carry and it has a pleasant smell. But then also he did, there are hadith that talk specifically about gifts, about giving gifts because it increases love. I think Zanita mentioned that. And other ones as well. Like he just was like, he taught to never refuse a gift. And I think it is, when you receive a gift, you do kind of increase in love for the person, or you do soften. And it's not material. Like, it's not about like being materialistic or wanting something of increase. I think it's just something unexpected, something of beauty or ease finding you unexpectedly. Like, it kind of subconsciously like takes a load off. And I'm thinking about how when you fast and you forget and you drink water, but Allah pardons that, because he's like, yeah, that's not even like a problem, because Allah is the one who's feeding you that water. He's the one who's kind of bestowing that rahmah upon you, and same thing with sorry, I keep losing my train of thought today. I don't know what's wrong with me.
No worries.
But yeah, like like it's talking about gifts, like it links to what you were saying about God, what did you Omar, what were you talking about? What you were making a point about something that gifts do. I'm so sorry.
Something that gifts do.
Like the point of the sermon, I think, that you like extracted at the end.
Just that gifts or this kind of gifts is always like associated with connection, like a physical like being gifted, like connection to somebody. Is that what you're coming on?
Yeah, that was part of it, but there was something else as well. I'm so sorry. I completely like keep losing my train of thought today.
No worries. It happens all the time. I usually just leave myself little notes. Sometimes I look back 10 minutes later. I'm like, what the heck did I mean by that? But it
So,
helps sometimes. Yeah.
was this your thought, that because I was thinking, hearing this exquisite story, that when our Prophet, peace be upon him, asks the guy not to say, I found my son, but the name instead, then
Right.
it is really about relationships, right? To
Mm.
not um, explicitly proclaim that he found his son, because there are other fatherless sons out there
Mm.
who don't have a father, and who would feel sad because of that, because he had been one of them. But it's then goes back to that particular thing that you mentioned about children, people, and relationships. So to not
Yeah.
explicate the relationship, just the name. So when you say, I found I don't know, Wahid or Abbas, it's not, I found my son or I found my brother,
Yeah.
because then other brothers will think about their brothers, or their fathers,
Right. Yeah.
or their sons who are lost. There might be another father who lost his son, or whose son passed away, and he might think, oh my God, I didn't find my son. And so it and the the Prophet, peace be upon him, our gift in that way, that he fulfills all of those relationships for us. He can be our father, he can be our brother, he can be our friend, he can be our son. When we hear about stories about his childhood, it brings tears to my eyes as if he was my son.
Yeah, subhanallah.
And so he is all of that for us. He fulfills all of those relationships for us.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think it's a stretch to say I can't imagine any human being on earth thinking of something like imagine somebody losing their son in the desert,
Yeah,
and then you
yeah,
tell him, "Don't say I found my son because
yeah,
orphans might like." It's just like it's inconceivable to
yeah,
me that someone could
yeah.
think of that. It's just like
That sensitive. He's such a
subhanallah.
intensely sensitive soul, right?
Yeah,
Because he's thinking from all of these perspectives that we can't imagine, because we have limited sensibilities, limited imaginations,
yeah,
limited sensitivities. We're not in the other, in every shoes. But
yeah,
it feels like our beloved prophet is in everyone's shoes. He can think as if how would they be feeling right now, from everyone's position, from a woman's position, from a wife's position, from a mother's position. He's able to manifest that.
yeah.
Um,
It's a
that
beautiful.
actually does bring me. Sorry, Mara. Can I just like finish what
Oh,
I was saying?
Yeah, did it come back to you?
Um, yeah. It's exactly this. It's about consideration. Like I think you're receiving gifts, being in a relationship with Allah, but also just receiving gifts and gift giving in general. Like when you're giving a gift, you really have to consider what the other person would actually want, right? Like that's something that we're like, oh, what would this person actually want? And the gifts that sometimes even can make us a little bit sad can are the ones that are like, why, like, how did you like make this connection that I would like this thing or anything or whatever. And you're not supposed to kind of like feel that way, but sometimes like when it's from someone very close to you and it's kind of poorly considered, you kind of it does hurt a little bit. um but gift giving and gift receiving is like, it's I think it's also supposed to make you like considerate. And that is like Thomas like said, it was the nature of our Prophet like how
So,
sensitive and how considerate he was. And it's also how Allah is with us. Like he's so endlessly considerate. He obviously he knows everything. He's all knowing. He's he is all wise. So he knows from that perspective, but it's also the way that he speaks to people's individual feelings, the way, like even recounting the stories, be that the feelings of a woman, be that the feelings of a man, of the prophet, of like some a normal person, the way Allah talks about it, and the way that Allah like provides ease for us, and historically the way that he provided ease for the prophets and for regular people and for everyone. Like again, like, he's just endlessly considerate, and it's in a way that it's so much that you can't even like think about it. Like you can't even like kind of grasp it. You can't really like match it. But you also like it's something that the way that it shows up in your life, like you feel completely like surrounded by his mercy and you feel completely taken care of. So that's what I was thinking.
yeah, no, I think the real takeaway, I think, or the basic takeaway is that this root or the idea of like we wouldn't say, even in colloquial modern Arabic today, we wouldn't say hiba for a regular gift. I mean, at least as far as I am aware, in like colloquial Arabic, Egyptians definitely don't say that. I don't think we say it in any other dialect either. Like hiba, mawhiba. This is all words that we associate only with provision from Allah, gifts from Allah. Yeah, we do say hidayah, right, or hadiyah, in colloquial Arabic and in classical Arabic, as a gift as well, which is an interesting root because it's kind of related more to direction, right? So it's kind of gives me the sense of like when you're giving someone a hadiyah or a gift, you I mean, it's kind of an interesting question about gift giving in general. I'm not I don't know if I'm a great gift giver. I think I'm okay at it. My wife is really good at giving gifts. Some people, I just have a knack for it, I think. Um, but I think, like, when you give a gift to somebody, you're kind of suggesting something, right? I think that's kind of a common theme with gift giving, right? Is that you're kind of suggesting something. And that's to me more close to the idea of hidayah, right? Because hidayah is direction, right? Is a gift of direction from God. So that's kind of one way I kind of disambiguate hiba, or mohiba, and hidayah. There's also ni'mah. We can also say ni'mah, not necessarily used for giving a gift, but you can say like an'am Allah, right? Like God blessed us. So the idea of blessing is kind of tied to gift, and ni'mah is also tied to the idea of like softness, something that's like soft and pleasurable. Yeah, so those are different ways of thinking of gifts. It would be interesting to look at the English etymology too, actually. Um,
Can I add something?
of course, yeah.
This is something actually that I wanted to ask in the beginning, but the story you told us, it just makes it easier to ask. So I was thinking, when we talk about gifts, what, like, especially from Allah, what do we really count as gifts, as in divine intervention, like Amar said, like something impossible taking place, or like something we wished for, or just something to help us continue. And I was thinking of Surah Maryam, when she was like in the pain of childbirth, and Allah tells her to shake a tree to have to feed herself.
Right.
And then I kind of connected it to the story you just told us about the father who found his son. And I was thinking that some gifts um, just come in a different form, because I was thinking as you was telling the story that those orphans, not all of them will have their parents back, or not all of them will have a family. And this is something that the Prophet, peace be upon him, knew. And so I was kind of trying to think of it like from impossible gift giving, like something amazing, like a miracle happening. The Prophet, peace be upon him, knew that not all of those orphans will receive a miracle. And I was thinking that maybe sometimes the gift comes in certain situations that only Allah knows why they're happening that way. The gift comes in a different form, meaning that the orphans, not all of them might receive a family, or not all of them might be found eventually by their father, but the mere idea that the Prophet, peace be upon him, thought about their pain and said, don't add more pain to what they're already feeling, can be perceived as a gift, in the same way that Maryam, peace be upon her, could not escape the pain of childbirth, but she was given food so she can carry on. And so I was thinking of these situations in life that we cannot escape, because they were decreed in a specific manner, but we do sometimes receive gifts which are not miracles. And uh this is something really interesting to talk about. To which extent can we expect miracles, and to which extent can we deem as miracles or not miracles the gifts from Allah that are sent upon us just to get us help us move on and advance in our, which, yeah, so basically the whole thing about gifts in different forms and shapes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we said like with Wahhab, you would really kind of invoke that name, in impossible situations, whereas like, Razzaq, maybe in more like clear cut situations where where there's a means, where there's a clear means, and then maybe like Hadi, right, for like, when you're specifically looking for like direction, right, like specifically looking for hidayah or direction from God. Maybe more an intellectual kind of thing, or to deal with like internal feelings. And then maybe mun'im, or ni'mah, that kind of gift from God when you're just looking for some like comfort, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe those are a few ways of disambiguating different kinds of gifts from Allah.
Can I add
Yeah.
something? Oh, sorry. Please.
No, just a second. No, I was just thinking that the names are revealing in that direction. It's just that when you make dua for something, and like for example, if you mention Ar-Razak and you actually get the gift in a different form from what you thought you need, because just for the simple idea that as an orphan, of course you pray your family finds you, or you get another family, and it's just that when you get the gift sent from Allah, and it's not exactly like, it's not the family that you prayed for, or it's not the fact that your family found you. Is it more like you didn't get any gift, or the gift that you imagined came in another form that was decreed by Allah, and you just had another idea of what was the gift supposed to look like? And this is basically the debate that I was having in my mind, like expectation related, I guess, and how we draw the idea of gift receiving from Allah, from what we wish and what we actually get sometimes.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah, taking that back to first sheets, like first sheets, that's kind of what the first talks about, is that everything is from Allah, and everything is a gift, even the things that are part of like a shadow from within us, or there's something difficult that happens outside of us, or a difficult relationship or interaction that we have with someone. All of these things are gifts from Allah, and we have to recognize them as gifts. And then for the gifts that are, because they're revealing, their gifts because they're revealing something to you, of like, for example, if a difficulty manifests in your external life, then it is like a reflection as to something that is going on inside of you, that is kind of helping to kind of create that mirror situation. And so in that way, like, that's a gift. And when you think about it, let's say that Umar radiallahu anhu said that, like, I am very grateful to the man who gifts me my flaws, because when someone points out something to you, we get defensive, right? Like, or we get sad, or we get hurt. But then actually, when you think about it, even if it's said in a critical way, even if it's said in a way that hurts and is not very considerate, it is still always a gift to be like shown to your flaws while you still have life and time to fix them. And so in that way, like, everything is a gift, and it's like what you decide to do with the gifts, whether they're gifts that you perceive as gifts, or the ones that you wouldn't perceive as a gift, but then in wisdom and with kind of spiritual awareness, like, that they are gifts and stuff. And but there is also like that thing with the gift, when it comes to especially positive gifts, that Allah doesn't expect any account for them. It's like, it's not about what you do with them. You, like, once the gift is yours, it's yours, so you can do whatever you like with it.
Maybe in a similar light here, something else I was kind of thinking about a little bit, because we often talk about the two sides of the names of Allah, right? The Jalali and the Jamali, or the beautiful and the I never really know how to translate Jalali, but like the great or the majestic, or really like the scary and the hopeful, right? So this name Al-Wahhab is obviously more, on the surface level, Jamali, right? Beautifying or beautiful, because it's literally the one who gives gifts. But I think, in some ways it's also like a kind of a scary name, right? And it reminds me of, Spider-Man and, his Uncle Ben, right? With great power comes great responsibility. And I think that's something that maybe kind of ties to what you were saying, Mara, about like, the things that we the things that Allah gifts us with are also sometimes tests, right? I think we talked about this when we talked about khalaq too, about our, I'm not sure which session, it was a previous session, about how like we're all tested in different ways, and some of those tests are gifts. Some of those tests, on the surface look like blessings. So be careful what you wish for. I guess is the short lesson I'm kind of trying to take away from Wahhab as well. I don't know if that fully answers everything that you were saying, Mara, but you had a few different thoughts there. So yeah. The only other thought I have, I think, on gifts and gift giving in general, is that it's very tied to Arabic history, and especially Islam and the culture of the Arabs, and especially the language of the Arabs at that time. Like I said, that we can think of the Prophet ﷺ and the Quran as the two greatest gifts that God has given mankind. And I think there are hadith that can confirm that, right? Like, but it also kind of speaks to a long-standing tradition. You can maybe even say in mankind altogether, but specifically with the Arabs, and specifically with poetry. So there's lots of books on this, and this is a subject of a lot of interest for Orientalists or Arabists who studied Arabic poetry. But it was very common practice for poets to go to kings, right, and gift them with poetry, right? They would gift them like an amazing poem with like an amazing story, and usually it ends with some kind of favor or some kind of like praise of the king or the leader, and that was the ritual, right? So the poet would come and he would say his poetry, and then the king would have to save face. He'd have to he'd have to maintain his status in some way, and then he would gift the poet with like actual money or something like that. So this is how poets like made a living back then, right? This went on for hundreds of years. There's many stories in Islamic history about it as well. I wish I came prepared, or more prepared, because there are a lot of very beautiful stories where like kings, sometimes they hear this amazing story or this amazing poetry, and then they feel like they have to give this person like everything that they want, right? Because now they're immortalized for all time. And the opposite would happen too sometimes. Like poets would be feared because they could say something and that would destroy your reputation entirely. So if you didn't preemptively honor a poet or something like that, then you might have to be worried. I mean, kings were afraid of poets, is kind of the short of it. But yeah, that's.
Can we please bring back those beautiful golden, beautiful things?
Yeah. If that were the case, then we would be a very, very different time. I mean,
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you were speaking about how you're not very good at gifting, I was just like, can't relate, because not to brag or anything, but actually I was packing gifts today for my cousin, and I was just thinking, like, literally, like, when I do the whole thing, it's a whole process. Like Maham said, it takes so much to give a gift that will I'm just trying to say this without sounding without bragging, but yeah, I mean, people love the gifts that I give them. Like sometimes they be crying, sometimes they're just like, this is the best thing that has, like, my friend, she was getting married and I gave her a gift and she was like, this is the best gift that I got, and she got like a bunch of gold and stuff, but it wasn't personalized, and I feel like that's like the difference between
right.
how people give gifts. Whereas, and part of it is like what you said about poetry. Like, I don't think I've written a poem for anybody, but I always add notes with my gifts, and they're very personalized. And that is something that everybody loves. Like, I've never met a person who was like, "Oh no, I hated that you wrote this." Like, when people read the notes and they're very personalized, they say, "You're literally the cutest person I've ever met in my life." Like, there's something about, so this name, this reminded me of what we learned in First Sheath about Wahab and Allah's giving gifts. So, for example, rizq, right? Razak, like, for example, you need water, I need water. It's not a very personalized thing. Birds need water, plants need water, and water is rizq, right? And Allah, Razak is giving that to everybody. But Wahab, I feel like, is a more personalized manifestation, because what you need as a gift is very different from what I need as a gift from God. And so there's this idea of Ain Thabita in Ibn Arabi about the inherent essence, one might say, immutable essence, sorry, but it is also inherent. And so Allah, as Al Wahhab, gives gifts that are relevant to our Ain Thabita, but at the same time, so that's why obviously they're so personalized, they're so like special. But also at the same time, it has a lot to do with our something called isti'dad, our preparedness, our readiness to be able to receive and hold that gift. And that's why sometimes we call for things and we're not able to receive them. Like what you said, be careful what you wish for. A lot of times people receive things and they're not ready for what comes with it. I don't want to say what comes with it because that sounds a bit like, I don't know, scary. But the thing itself, sometimes we think we're ready for, I don't know, like kids, I guess, are a good example. People
Oh yeah.
in the case of Wahab, right? They come with so much responsibility. It is insane. You can never predict that. So yeah, I was thinking about how Wahab is a more personalized name. And what you said about Hadiyah and direction, it reminded me of an ayah from the Quran. So a lot of people call it on what people are supposed to do on Hajj. They call it slaughter or sacrifice, but the Quran does not call it that. It calls it hadi. And the word that is used is really interesting. It says حتى يبلغ الهدي محله, until, like, they shouldn't shave their heads or whatever until the hadi, the offering or the gift, reaches its place.
Did we lose somebody?
Yeah, I think she dropped out of the call.
Oh, okay.
I wrote in the message, and I just hearing you guys discuss about this personalized gift giving and people being moved by it. And I think the one of the keys to it might be that the yearning we all have to be seen, to be acknowledged, for somebody to know who we are. Right, the way Allah Ta'ala, Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, He, that famous Hadith Qudsi that I am a hidden treasure and I yearned to be known. So it's a yearning that I think it's also gifted to us. It's a part of our makeup as well. And if somebody shows us a mirror through a gift or through anything, through speech, through child, through whatever, we feel acknowledged. We feel seen, that inside part of us. And it feels, it's beautiful.
Yeah, okay, so this is interesting. I just thought of an interesting response to Zanira, but she's not here. Well, I mean, the other thing I was trying...
I'm back.
Oh, she's back, okay. So,
back.
yeah, so the other thing I was thinking about with gift giving is that, like, I think I'm a decent gift giver because, I won't just get anything, right? I'll get something but the problem is that I think what doesn't make me a great gift giver is, like, I will usually gift something that I like, right? Or something that I think is cool. And usually, like, it might be useful or, like, something like that. But it's that personalization, right? It's that ability to, like, know that, oh, this is something that this person especially would like, not just something that anybody would like, right? But the ability to give a gift that person would like, especially, is I think that's what makes somebody a great gift giver. And that's, maybe women are better at it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making excuses for myself, but it takes a little bit of paying attention or knowing, having a human sense or human intuition. But the other thing that I was just thinking of, and that just I just remembered, is that one of the other meanings from this root for huda, besides like direction and guidance, is calmness and peacefulness, right? We say, looks like Lane doesn't have it here, so maybe it's a modern invention. Is Ammar still here, or any other Arabic speakers? No, we lost Ammar. But we say hudu, right? Hudu, it might be a colloquial thing, but it's the same root. So hudu is like peace and calm. So I think that's the kind of the most basic kind of aspect of this sort of gift of hadiyah, is that like you're trying to please the person, right? Or you're trying to guide them, or direct them to that which is calm and peaceful, and that which would give them kind of some sense of like peace and comfort. Well, more like peace
Can
and,
I add
and
something
calmness.
to that?
Yeah. I mean, that was directly coming from what you were saying, but yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of what the Queen of Sheba did, trying to give gifts to Sulaiman alayhi salam to calm him down, like so that they wouldn't have to go to war against their, or what's it called? Yeah, against him basically. But yeah, I wanted to also say that about wahaba as like relationships. In terms of relationships, Allah also taught us this dua, رَبَّنَا هَبْ لَنَا مِنْ أَزْوَاجِنَا وَذُرِّيَّاتِنَا قُرَّةَ أَعْيُنٍ.
Right.
And I think that's so interesting because it's like we know that the relationship itself, or like for example, having this person, a husband or a wife or a kid in our life, is a gift. But it's interesting because it says رَبَّنَا هَبْ لَنَا مِنْ. So gift us from them the comfort, the coolness of our eyes. So even though it comes from them, it actually comes from God. So like we forget that sometimes, having these relationships is so fulfilling, but it's actually the fulfillment is coming from God, or the coolness of the eyes is coming from Allah. And there's two more things besides kids. I found like this happens in two instances. It's that it's a wah or hiba kind of gift, and it is hikmah. I think this is Musa alayhi salam. He says, فَوَهَبَ لِي رَبِّي حُكْمًا وَجَعَلَنِي مِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ. So hikmah is a gift, and I guess prophet, being mursaleen, being of the prophethood, that's a gift, right? That's something that you don't have to make any effort for, and there's no amount of effort that you can make that is going to make you a prophet, if that's not something that is Al-Wahhab gives you. So there's this idea of like chosenness, and which also kind of connects to like royalty, because that's what like Sulaiman alayhi salam, he's like the royal king, prophet king. And he asked for the mulk, right? And so it's like he's the combination of the Wahhab and the Al-Malik. And it's like royalty, you're chosen by it. It's a type of chosenness, because you can't exactly, most instances you can't exactly become a royal out of effort. You're just born into it. It's just a gift. And then also I think Ibrahim alayhi salam makes this dua, Rabbi habli hukman wa alhiqni bis salihin. And that is also again for hikmah, which I guess which Allah says hikmah is khayrun kathira, right? So like it's a huge deal.
Right.
This is a bit of, it's not exactly a tangent, but I wanted to like bring it up anyway because you spoke about mahabba and love, and Homa spoke about love, but Maham said something that was interesting. She said receiving gifts softens you up, and like that's but I was thinking about it just from like the Arabic etymological perspective, because the hadith says tahadu tahabu, and hub is from the same root as hab, right? Like seed.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, especially today, because today is the day of Ashura, and I was thinking about like what names of Allah are manifested today, and not just like today, but when Allah split the sea for Musa alayhi salam, what name is doing that? And it's a name that I've been reciting actually for a few days. It's not in the list, but it is in the Quran, and it is Khaliq al-Habbi wal-Nawa. Allahumma إن الله فالق الحب والنوى يخرج الحي من الميت ومخرج الميت من الحي. It means the one who splits seeds. And I don't know what Nawa. What's Nawa?
Noah is, I'm pretty sure it's the date seed, so the date pit.
Okay, so it's like seed and a specific kind of seed.
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting because I thought, I mean, I'm not exactly sure about the actual etymological and sort of semantic link between hub and hub, but I guess one could say that love is not just a softening, but it's also like a splitting open, maybe of like the heart, for example. Like sometimes our hearts are closed to somebody and they might gift you something, and then just like a seed germinates, splits open to like, you know, before it's not ready to grow, right? It's not alive. And then, which is the case with us, if our hearts are closed, they're not really alive. But then Faliq al-Hab is the one who splits it open. He splits open seeds,
Yeah.
and he splits open hearts as well. And specifically in relation to today, because it says in the Quran, فَانْفَلَقَ فَكَانَ كُلُّ فِرْقٍ كَالطَّوْدِ الْعَظِيمِ. He split the sea for Musa alayhi salam, and it's the same verb that's used.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking about that, like a seed germinating and like love growing. But the growing part is later, right? But I was just thinking about the splitting itself. So I'd love to hear what everyone thinks about the splitting of the seed, the splitting of the heart, the splitting of the ocean, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
I'm surprised I haven't talked about this more, but love and hub and hab are concepts, or like one of the first roots I really kind of, I guess, fell in love with. I don't know, or just like, you know, kind of blew my mind really. I forget what the etymology.
Split your heart open, I think you meant.
Yeah, I suppose. But I mean, I think it's a beautiful, you know, metaphor, or for lack of a better word. But I think of love, you know, or hub specifically as, you know, how it relates to a seed is really like it's the action of the seed, right? It's like the action of like the roots. You know, I'm gonna just go back here real quick just because I like this image a lot, but it's the main image that I have for the mind roots, right? So like this, you know, this action right here that you can kind of see, like the tree or the seed or whatever. I mean, everything here started from a seed, right? But the action going downward, extending into the ground, and the action spreading upward into the sky, that's what I think of as love, right? That kind of motion. And you see it everywhere in reality, not just like trees and you know, root systems, but like in your brain, the nervous system, like, you know, dendritic is kind of the word I think that describes this motion. But you see it in like lightning strikes. You see it in, you know, every aspect of existence really has this sort of like this love of Allah, kind of like, you know, spreading through you know, the universe at every level of structure. Yeah, so that's how I've thought of love.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, of course. Always break the silence. No need to ask.
Yeah, no, this reminds me actually of the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, where he said that if the day of judgment, like one of you knows that the day of judgment is like about to dawn, and you have a seed or a sapling in your hand, then plant it.
Right.
Even
yeah.
though you know that it's the day of judgment,
Yeah.
like right after that,
Exactly.
don't hold it back. Don't, you know, and Allah talks about qardun hasana, right? Like you send forth something of good that He then keeps for you, and it's almost like an investment. And I think in that way, to make love grow, like we think of love, like we've been talking about love, like in the kind of the manifesting aspect of it, where you kind of move for love or through love, you know. And it's what you were talking about gift giving and everything, and you know, like giving someone a gift, like really considering them, like it's almost like loving them the way that they want to be loved, rather than what is convenient for us or what is like easiest or what comes more intuitively to us. Because sometimes I think we all love the way that we wish we were loved. So like that kind of like, it can inform our actions. But I think love, true, the highest form of love, I think, is consideration and everything. And to make love bloom, and this is like, you know, every like marriage counselor and stuff like that, like they'll give this advice to like new couples or to people who are like looking for love or for their spouse or whatever, like, is that, you know, like go like slow down. Like you, it's not the person that gives you butterflies that's like, you know, who's kind of making your nervous system feel like there's fireworks going off, or like is making you feel dysregulated in some kind of way. It's the person that you feel calm with. It's the person that, you know, like they show up consistently even if it's quieter. And that is kind of like, you know, you're planting something and you're investing in it, and you're hoping that with that nurturing and with that kind of consistency and devotion, like it's going to take root and it's going to germinate and it's going to turn into like a beautiful tree, you know. So like before that kind of like this beautiful flowering image that you have in front of us, like, you know, before this stage, like you have the quieter, more intimate stage that's not very glamorous, and it's not very like flashy, and you can't really see what's happening, but there is something happening. And the fact that it happens like you know, like it goes from something that it doesn't have life in it, it's just like, you know, like it's just a seed, right? Like it can't like really do anything on its own, but then Allah is the one who moves it and gives like animates it with life, you know, and creates something beautiful out of it and stuff like that. So it's like it's the same thing with like with love and with gifts. Like you are investing in a way, and not in like a wily sly way, but in like a loving way, in a nurturing way.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah, and
Y-
so, so this idea of, sorry, did somebody want to speak?
I just wanted to add to
Oh,
this conversation of hub and hub, and you know, the first root that blew my mind off, you know, I don't know, 8 9 years ago, was Raham with Rahman, with the
mm,
womb with the Rahman and Rahim, and the second one was hub and hub,
yeah,
and that was pointed out to me by a young Bosnian journalist, very sweet, um, and I was just blown away because even the connection with agriculture of seed and kufr, covering up, as an agricultural metaphor, not allowing a seed to germinate, to cover things up, things that you know are there, they're in seeded in your belly, in your ruh, and to not allow the love of Allah, because He loves everything He has created, and so that love is that hub. Hub is that hub, which if we cover it up, and we have to recurringly cover it up because it is so strong, is kufr. I don't know whether I'm making sense or not.
no, no,
So
that's a beautiful.
that is within all of us, all, and especially human beings, because we are the ones who have that, even that power to suppress everything, and jinns, everything else concedes, that they are brought out from Allah with love, but we are the ones who cover it up, who do not allow that initial love that germinates us like a seed, the hub which hubs us, and cover it up. So that's why the agricultural metaphor of kufr
Yeah,
makes sense.
no, I think if we get into kufr, we might add another
Um,
hour. But
can I actually
yeah, go ahead, go.
can I say something about that? Actually, I think that's a very beautiful connection that Huma just made here, and it like makes me think of how kufr is. I think like when as I've read the Quran and I've read all the different places where Allah describes behavior or describes what people say or people do, and then describes it as kufr. Like it always strikes me as being so ungrateful. Like that kufr is like ultimately an act of like ingratitude. And I think then in contrast to that, love is an act of gratitude. I think when I feel the most grateful and when I feel the most kind of cognizant and alive to how blessed I am, or you know, just daily gratitude and everything, like it makes me more like romantic as a person, like in general, not just in like the romantic way, but in terms of like everything. It just softens me as a person, and I like one increases the other, so gratitude increases love and love increases gratitude.
100%. 100%. And sometimes like I feel, if I am not being grateful, he will remind me in tiny ways, and it's like a wake up. Oh, oops, wow, yes, thank you so much for every second. Like we should be thanking him every second, And also, loving the prophet, the rahmatul lil alameen. It's not just a kindness for the ummah, it's not just the kindness for humanity. He is a kindness not just for the earth, but all of cosmos and every possible cosmos. So, to be grateful that we know these stories about him. Imagine if we were born before the prophet was born, we would not have had these exquisite, soul wakening up sunnah to nourish our souls on. So,
Yeah.
subhanallah for that.
Yeah, this is great. I really like that you brought up the idea of romance too. Um, so a lot of my initial fascination with this root for love, hub and hab, really was because I felt like the way that love was conceived of, especially in the West, but even outside of the West, I think it's seeped into all over the world. Really, I really didn't like it, right? And I think, I'm gonna push things a little bit here and maybe challenge some ideas, but I think there's a very common thread or a common conception of love as being sacrifice. And I think this comes primarily from Judeo-Christian corruption, and Jesus on the cross, sacrificing himself for our sins. That whole idea, I think, has seeped even into, it's all over Western culture, and I think it's even within, it seeps into even Muslim culture as well, right? And it turns into this ugly idea of like, seeking your own value, seeking your own pleasure, doing anything for yourself is shameful, right? Yeah, and that's why even Christians, a lot of Christians, even the idea of like sex and intimacy between spouses, even that is considered like, kind of dirty and shameful. And none of these things are present in Islam at all. We don't have these things. We don't believe in original sin. We don't believe that, sex and intimacy between spouses is dirty or shameful or anything like that. And that's because I don't think in Islam we believe that love is sacrifice. I think what this image shows me, right, and the idea of hub and hab, is that love is value, right? And in a very kind of specific way too, right? Kind of like, I might have to dig up some of my old bad poetry about love, but I wrote once that love is a map in the sky, right? Because literally, I think it's like a pairing. Like when you love somebody, right, it means that you are sharing value, right? It means that there are points in the sky or in some kind of like, abstract existential plane, that where both of your souls meet, right? Kind of like a graph, right? That's a bit of why I created Mind Roots, and I created these like knowledge maps, and these graphs, is because there's kind of like a one-to-one balancing. It's a grounding, right? Like in order for anything to exist, I mean, Allah says in the Quran that everything was created in pairs, right? And that to me kind of is also like validates and confirms that idea that like everything needs to be grounded in some way. Everything needs a kind of balance, and that's what love is to me, right? Love is value. Like love is shared value specifically, right? Like you can even kind of think of it as like any of these leaves that come up here in this picture, right, or in a tree, or any of the fruits that come forth from the branches and the shoots of this this living creature, right? Any of the energy or the force that's moving upward into the sky is counterbalanced by a force that's going downward into the earth, right? That's literally how I kind of see love. And not to say that sacrifice is bad, right? Like sacrifice isn't a bad thing, but I think that when we limit love to just sacrifice, then we lose out on a lot, right? We lose a lot of passion. We lose a lot of romance, right? And romance isn't just like, going on dates and like candlelight dinners and stuff like that. Like classically, the word romance referred to like, art and a faith, right? Like the Romantic period, right? It was a period in art and in poetry where, there was a lot of like hope and a lot of like faith in ideals, and that's really what romance to me is all about. Going back to my cheesy poetry days, I once wrote, "Love and duty is for all, but romance is only for the faithful." Because you can love anything. It's easy to love. Love is not that complicated. I mean, you love to breathe, right? You love to be alive, right? That's a value that you share, right? You like being in comfort and being not stressed, and so does everybody, right? So does all human beings, right? To a degree, at least most of the time. So at that level, right, we all love each other to that degree, right? Because we all share that basic kind of thing. When we think of people that we love, usually we think of cases where our values match much more, right? There's a lot more matching. It's not just basic stuff like, quality of life and being able to breathe and eat food, but it's like, much more, much bigger values, right? I mean, it could be silly things too, like, the kind of food you like or the kind of movies you like or something like that, but it could also be like, the kind of poets that you like, or your favorite ayahs from the Quran, or your favorite roots, whatever the case may be, or your favorite ideas, right, or your favorite way to spend time, right? Those are things that you put very high up in your hierarchy of values, and when those things match, with somebody, that's when we really feel love and passion, right? And so that's why I've been on a crusade for the past 20 years or so of my life to tell people that love is not sacrifice. Sacrifice is sacrifice. Sacrifice is duty sometimes. Sometimes we have to sacrifice. But love is beyond that. Love is greater than that. Maybe sacrifice is just the seed, right? Just the seed itself that we plant. But love is that expanding in both directions. And I think that's also romance and passion too, because some plants grow faster than other plants, right? Some plants grow slower. Some plants grow really, really wide and in beautiful, diverse colors and shapes. And some, are smaller and simpler. But all are beautiful and all are, God's creation.
Mashallah, this is such a beautiful way of seeing things. I'm curious, how would you define sacrifice? And you said before that sacrifice kills romance, and I would like to know if you want to expand, how do you think it kills romance? But before, I would really like to know, how would you define the idea of sacrifice in this topic?
Yeah, I think I grazed on it a little bit. It's not to look down on sacrifice. Like I said, sacrifice is admirable and necessary sometimes, but I see sacrifice more as like duty, right? And I think one kind of clever way of describing it, especially between like spouses or family or relationships, is that like you might not always love each other, right? Like love might not always be there, right? And it's a little bit scary and a little bit unsettling sometimes to hear it put that way. But like sometimes you're just not in your best state, right? Sometimes you're disconnected. Sometimes, like, even in the Quran, Allah describes the Prophet ﷺ as dead, right? During a time when he was alive, right? He says, إِنَّكَ مَيِّتُ وَإِنَّهُمْ لَمَيِّتُونَ. Indeed, you are dead, and indeed they are also dead, your companions. And there's different interpretations of that, but I think the simple interpretation is that we're human and we're all going to falter sometimes. So sometimes you have to kind of sacrifice. Sometimes in relationships you kind of have to. Sometimes the love isn't always there. Life is ups and downs, right? And wisdom is really acknowledging those ups and downs and not pretending like everything is gravy or everything is good when it's not, because then you run into difficulties because you're not seeing reality. But in terms of like sacrifice, I think sacrifice is necessary in a relationship in all cases. Sometimes maybe Allah blesses some people with relationships that have absolutely no compromises or sacrifices at all, but I think that's probably rare. Maybe in heaven. So I think the key, at least in my almost 40 years life, the only wisdom that I've really kind of that I can really kind of impart is that love isn't always going to be there, but that's not a bad thing, right? Like, it's not like, just be honest. I think you just have to be honest sometimes that, like, the way my wife puts it is funny, is that, like, if we'll get into something, she'll say something like, I love you, but I don't like you right now. I kind of think of it the opposite way, in maybe more extreme terms, is that, like, just sometimes, like, our values aren't matching. Maybe we're just in different places or something like that, and there isn't necessarily a value match. So, we kind of like each other, but the love isn't there always, right? It's not always there. And that's kind of how I conceive of, like, love and relationships. How you manage those times when love isn't there, that's the test. Patience is really the key there, but also knowing exactly what you want to, and so that way you're not punishing yourself, right? But you're looking forward, because I think sometimes when you're not clear about what it is that you want, you end up sacrificing. And I've come across this in a lot of my relationships, right? And I'm sure we all have, is like, it might even be our own selves that have said it at one point or another in our lives. It's not like, oh, I've done this for you, I did this for you. Or even if we don't say it, maybe we just feel it, right? It's like, that's not really love, though. It's because you did something for somebody, just because you sacrificed something for somebody. I think sometimes we say that because we feel hurt, and that's okay. I think, I think there's better ways to articulate ourselves in those moments, but I don't think we're super blameworthy for feeling, hurt because somebody didn't appreciate us or acknowledge us or thank us or something like that. But the critical mistake that I think people make is that assuming that that's love, is that thinking that, like, and I think a lot of people, I think our parents' generation falls into this trap a lot, or fell into this trap a lot, and it's a perpetual cycle, and like I said, I think it comes from a Judeo-Christian corruption of faith, that, like, love is sacrifice. But yeah, I think that's the fatal mistake, is thinking that just because you felt some kind of pain, that means that you love somebody. I think that's dangerous, because then you're associating pain with value, right? And pain is not value in and of itself, right? It's what comes out of the pain, right? The character, or the strength, or the the growth that comes from the pain. That's what actually has value. But pain in and of itself doesn't have value, right? Because then if that's the case, then we should all follow the case of, like, the Christian Messiah, and just sacrifice ourselves for those that we love. Just kill ourselves and pay no mind to our own needs or our own wants. Someone has to stop me, because once I start talking about love and sacrifice and Judeo-Christian corruption, I'm not gonna stop.
Yeah, we're all ready to
Right.
jump in.
Yeah.
I also
I
want
just wanted to, like, add something.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also, I wanted to add something. I think the best gift is when, even when we sacrifice, it is such a pleasure. And
Yeah.
that pleasure, that joy with which you are giving or sacrificing, uh, is the gift, even beyond what was actually given. Is the joy with which you're giving it. And I'm thinking of raising two kids here as a foreign student, for example. Um, People used to say, "Oh my God, you're sacrificing so much," and I would be a little shocked and surprised, because for me it was just so much pleasure and so much fun, like fun,
Yep.
not just even pleasure and love, but also fun. And I thought that was the fact that my kids saw that I was having fun raising them, was that a kind of implicit gift to them. That it wasn't like, "Oh my God, I'm doing this and I'm so tired and I'm blah blah
Right.
blah."
Right. Yeah.
It's the fun that they saw, that my happiness in giving, that they felt it too, exactly at the same time.
Yep. Exactly. Uh, Mom, did you want to say, or did somebody else want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna talk about like how you were talking like what your wife says about like I love you but I don't like you right now.
Right,
Like
yeah.
that made me think of like the saying you like because and you love despite. Um and it's like it's just that thing of like you don't always have love, but I think love is like it's not about something that it never wanes, but it's about like kind of staying steady with something, right? And it's like when you it's kind of like having a love ethic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
um that's kind of something that I started like we look up to people's work ethics and stuff like that, but I think to really make love work and to really kind of nurture a romance, you have to have a love ethic. Like love has to mean something to you, and you have to kind of have like the value system around like how you want to approach love. Like when love is like a value, a principle, just as dear and just as deep as something like justice or truth. Like when you're on that level, then you have like something more than just the chemical like reactions and like the feelings and like the like the gestures and the actions to pour into love, and also to kind of use as like a gauge to like feel love. So like when chemicals fail at some point, or they like fluctuate, like you still have something that's like a solid ground. Like it's like happiness. It's you're not always going to be happy, you're not always going to feel content, but that doesn't mean that you give up or you despair of Allah's rahmah, or you despair of like you think that like this is it, like you just kind of throw in the towel forever. Like you keep going, like something keeps you going, like you said, faith, and like attaching to something higher. And that makes me think about actually art making, and how even that is like it's like an act of love, and and so is ibadah. Like when your heart is like, when you don't have khushu and you don't feel that love for Allah, then worship, like your ritualistic worship, just kind of starts to fall flat. You don't feel anything, you're not even being spiritually like re-energized from it. And you don't always feel spiritually like consistent, like on the same level always, but then you don't abandon Allah. You just kind of like, you pray for renewal, but you also like you drop back to what you kind of can control and what you can still put into it, and that there's value beyond like what you're feeling in the moment or what you're getting out of it. Like on a 1:1, like I pray this one prayer and then I feel better afterwards. Like sometimes you won't, but that's okay. Like you pray the next prayer and you keep on it. You stay with Allah, and you hope, like you pray for him, like, and obviously he does, but like you pray for him and you ask him to stay with you. You would, out of that love, out of that kind of submission and devotion to him. Same thing with making art. Like you don't always feel that call of inspiration. You don't always feel, sometimes you feel blocked. You can't write, you can't paint, you can't like whatever, you're not even getting any ideas, but you still show up out of respect to your craft and out of respect to your soul, and to this gift, this like thing that Allah has placed within you. Inspiration is a gift, your talent is a gift. Anything that you are able to do, or even anything that you feel something for, like something that you feel passionate about or something that you love to do, even that is a gift. Your ability to feel that is a gift in and of itself, and that thing in your life is a gift in and of itself. And so you still show up. You send salawat upon the Prophet, and you recite Allah's name, and then you make your art still, and you don't kind of give up on that. And all of these things, like they kind of how we say, like, life imitates art, but it's like we also, all of these things bleed into each other, and you learn something about each of them from each other, and you kind of use them to supplement each other. And then you see behind it, like Allah is like the one source behind it all, and like that's the one point of connection that you can keep dipping back into to renew yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a tricky point. Like love and duty are very, very closely tied together. Just like at some level, I don't see a difference between the root and the fruit. If you can kind of, or the root and the shoot and the fruit. Really, if you wanna, if you like the rhymes as much as I do, because they're the same thing, right? It's kind of like how we look at like a root, and in language, right? And like these little dots here, these points in the semantic field, they're all kind of like it's a balance, right? There's a kind of an equivalence between this green dot, right? And all these red dots, they kind of balance each other. So that's, it's not to belittle sacrifice at all. It's just to disambiguate, because if you say love is sacrifice, then you miss out on passion. I think that's the fatal mistake. There's an author that
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please. No, please finish your point.
I was just gonna say, there's a controversial author that kind of talks about this a bit. The idea of love being value. Love is not sacrifice. And her name is Ayn Rand. I'm not sure if anybody heard of her before. She's very capitalist, kind of anti-communist author. But she uses an example of a mother who jumps in front of a bus to save her child or something like that, right? And she said that that's not sacrifice, right? Because she's not sacrificing herself, because there is no loss in love, right? Because she values her child more than her own life, right? And that's why, I think that's in some ways, the question of sacrifice and love is a semantic question, right? That's why some people don't like getting into it, because it's just kind of oh, well, you're just making a silly semantic point. We're saying the same thing, but you're adding a word in there, and saying passion or whatever it is. But I think it's an important distinction to make, because otherwise we're just kind of doomed to to live out the language that that we're speaking. So yeah, that's one way she kind of tries to explain sacrifices. There is no loss in love. And I think that rings true. I don't agree with Ayn Rand in a lot of things, so please don't make me out to be a raging capitalist. But I think that she makes a lot of really important points about love and sacrifice, and how it's conceived of throughout human history.
So what you said about root and fruit, it reminded me of another word for seed, another kind of seed, and which is also linked to the dua ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا ذرة.
Yeah.
And so there's this idea of, in the Quran Allah says نساؤكم حرث لكم. Your women, which means your wives actually, are your
tilth.
I don't know if anyone says tilth, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, but
yeah,
it's not.
Let's say farm, or I like to say garden, because someone translated it as a garden, and I was immediately oh yeah, because at first I was it's so objectifying, I don't like it. But
yeah, I think tilth comes to mind
because garden.
Because of the
I mean, I guess
sound.
that's the usual translate. Oh, okay. But yeah, so there's this idea of the seed, right? But the actual seed, which is what's it called? The sperm as seed, which I think Adam alayhi salam, where his dhurriya, we come from his seed. And so there's that seed, but then, I don't know, I feel it's a double responsibility on the husband or the man, because it's a seed. Yeah, basically there's responsibility to take care of, and the man's responsibility to water, and to take care of the tilth. So I was thinking about there's so much you guys have spoken about love. And just hold on a second.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, so basically I was thinking about love as care. And I feel caring for someone really begets love. And one of the purest forms of unconditional love that I've experienced is as a teacher for kids that are not my own kids. And sometimes I think about it, it's making me emotional. But I actually don't know. The fact that they're not my own kids makes me and a lot of them I don't know I don't know how long they're even gonna be in my life for, right? Because a lot of parents, when they love their own kids, they have these expectations. They're gonna take care of you when they're old and stuff. But there's almost no expectation here. They're just my students, They're not just my students. There's so much more than that. And there are things that I would what you said about sacrifice. There's my friends' kids, right? Just kids that I have in my life, but there's no actual duty that I have to them. but I just feel love for them because of being like caring for them. And I feel like there's the what's it called? The name Arab comes in, and it's like, we like, I feel like care begets love. And yeah, so but everybody had so many interesting ideas about love, and I was just like, oh my God, what is love? And
Mm.
then it's just like I was thinking is like someone who's an energy healer from an energy perspective, if I wanted to see someone's energy field, I would say like what I would recognize as love is an open heart. And I feel like what you said about it was so interesting because what you said is, it's really intense to say that, oh, I like you, but I don't love you right now. But that might actually be the reality sometimes, right? Like, you should probably still not say it. That's not very nice. But sometimes we close our hearts off when we don't feel safe or when we feel attacked or we feel, whatever else that just doesn't feel safe. And I was thinking about like, what is it? Like, what makes, I guess, people lovable, or like what makes us love people. And I feel like it's some people have like the natural ability to like open hearts. And for me, lovability as like it's a function of al-fatah, for like, some people, they're just around you, and in their presence you feel like you can breathe, and you feel like, oh, it's safe. And I feel like that's what I do um with kids. And I feel like that ties into art and it ties into a lot of things. But what it is actually just flow, just having enough openness to be a safe space, and to even like, and a natural consequence of that is that you have fun. Because I feel like at any point, like if you love someone, you know that you can have fun with them. I don't think you can actually have fun with someone that you don't love on some level, like, like, or if having while you're having fun with someone, like that increases love for you, because that's what it is, like it's flow and it's joy. But then what Maham was speaking about, like she said, even if the hormones are gone or whatever, you should still have some solid ground. And you also mentioned, Hamad, that love is value. And I don't exactly fully agree with that, but it reminded me of Allah's name Al Aziz, because she said solid ground. It reminded me of like, the rock, like impenetrable rock. And value, of course, because like Aisha is also value. And so yeah, there's definitely like, obviously if we love someone, they're valuable to us. But it's also like this name, like I've been reciting it recently, and I just felt it as like an immovability, like, oh, it doesn't change, like you don't change despite things that happen. And so I feel like this is something that is Musa alayhi salam is the manifestation of. Again, I think he is the only person to whom Allah says directly, not in those exact words, but he says, I love you, by saying, Alqaytu alayka mahabbatan minni, right? I covered you with my love. That's something I don't think Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is told, even though Rasulullah is Habibullah, like he's the most beloved of all creation. And the reason why I link that Mahabbat ul Aziz is because Musa alayhi salam is, Allah introduces Musa alayhi salam to himself by saying, Innani ana Allah al Aziz al Hakim. So like he is, Al Aziz is a manifestation, because if you look at it, right, Musa alayhi salam does a lot of things that if others did, it would be problematic.
Right.
He accidentally killed someone. I don't think Allah actually like says anything to him, like reprimanding him. And then, but more importantly than that, like he has anger issues. And I'm saying all of this with like a lot of love. Like he's my favorite person in the Quran.
Oh no.
So like he even, yeah, he even like, what's it called? One thing that he does, which is like a lot of us would think is completely unforgivable.
Right.
I feel like when we were kids, there was this thing where it's like, oh, this person threw the Quran and was up on the floor and they turned into a monkey. I don't know if anyone else saw that. But basically, he like throws the tablets that God gave him on the floor. I mean, not on the floor, but he throws them and I think they break. But he's not reprimanded for that anyway. I don't think, yeah, like he's not told, like, oh, you shouldn't have done that or anything like that. And yeah, he gets violent with his brother as well, like, because he says, don't grab me by my beard.
Yeah.
So he gets like physically violent. And yet, so this is what I'm saying. So it's like Al Aziz, right? He's still so Aziz to Allah that it's like it's immovable, it's solid ground. He's still the chosen one. Allah says, Ana akhtartuka. I chose you and I raised you under my own eye. Like all these things, and the fact that his name is mentioned the most in the Quran, I feel like those are the manifestations of Aziz, of like immovability. No matter what he does, um, like his value doesn't change in Allah's eyes. Allah's love for him doesn't change. And yeah. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was like the root. No, I mean I guess the root, but I feel like in Arabic you can say hub also for things that you like, right?
Yeah.
Omar, please, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Colloquially,
it's not
yeah.
exactly like love. No, not just colloquially, because I feel like okay. But I just wanted to say point out something that I don't know. I heard it in a talk somewhere, but I hadn't noticed it by myself. Is that Allah says in the Quran, Allah doesn't actually love everyone with hub. That's the first thing that we need to talk about. Allah loves everyone with rahmah, like compassionate love. But Allah specifically, mentions people like in Allah yuhibbul muhsinin, for example. Allah loves the muhsinin, those who do good, beautiful things. And then Allah, in Allah la yuhibbu. Allah does not love, for instance, fasiqeen, I guess.
Right.
Right? لا يحب كل مختال فخور. People who are proud of themselves.
Right.
Allah doesn't love that. So it's like a very Christian narrative to be like Allah loves everyone, like especially
Right.
equally. He doesn't.
Right.
But I mean, I think Rahmah is love, so He does love Allah does love everybody with Rahmah, compassionate love. But there's also special love. But it's really interesting. Someone said that Allah says that Allah does not love, but Allah never says that Allah hates. So hatred is not attributed to Allah in the Quran, and ever. Like Allah does not hate. Like it's not an act that is attributed to God, and I thought that was really beautiful. It's like in what's it called? Let's say a withholding of love, perhaps. But even then, it's like framed in terms of love, right? So yeah, it's just like the difference between saying I hate you versus oh I don't love you. It's like one is much easier to take, I guess. But I was looking at the word hate in the Quran. And again, it goes back to like what I was saying about the heart being open. And like for me, that's love. Like, people that make your heart feel more open, feel more flowy, feel more alive, because that is actually where life is. SubhanAllah, both of these instances of the word hatred are in the are in the same surah, Surah Muhammad. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Yes.
أم حسب الذين في قلوبهم مرض أن لن يخرج الله أضغانهم. Do those who in their hearts is a disease assume that Allah will not take out their hatred? So hatred is actually called a disease of the heart in the Quran. And yeah, I thought that was really interesting that it's a sign of a healthy heart to be able to love. And of course, that's why Rasulullah is like so loving. And he's so beloved. Again, I feel like it takes like an open heart to be able to receive love as well. It's not just like, because a lot of times we close us, not a lot of times. I think this is what Rumi says. Your job is not to seek for love, but to seek the barriers in yourself that you've put up against it. So it's like a receiving thing as well. It's like a two-way. I have a poem as well. All my love is a two-way street. I thought the map and the street was interesting, but yeah, it's like this thing about like it's so interesting that Allah is calling it a disease. Like it's not healthy. That means our natural healthy state is true love, and that hatred is like an abnormality. It is something you need to like go check, go get checked for. Yeah, that's all.
So I think there's some stuff we can challenge there a little bit. I mean, there is Allah, there is the root kariha, right? So like in the Quran you do have kariha Allah, right? So Allah dislikes, or some might translate it as hate. But bughd is not associated with Allah in the Quran, although I think there are some hadith maybe that do that. But yeah, I mean that's I think I've also heard it explained as like loving Allah is loving what He loves and hating what He hates or what He dislikes. So that's one way to kind of connect, what you were saying back to love. But yeah, that's an interesting point about hate in the Quran. I haven't looked into that before. But kariha is in the Quran, so it's not as strong as bughd, which is more, but better translated as hatred. But yeah, I can look into that a little bit more. That's an interesting point. I was gonna say something else. I think about sacrifice, but
Sorry, I didn't say bughd. I said adghan. It's a completely different word.
which word?
Adghan.
Idghan.
It's daghan. Yeah, that's the word for hatred. Bughd,
Daghan.
I guess, would be like, yeah, it's
Daghan.
only in Surah Muhammad.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Would
so
bughd be prejudice?
I feel like
What
it
would
could be
be
something like holding something against someone. Bughd,
Oh, okay. It's holding a grudge.
I guess.
bughd for bughd? You said?
Yeah.
Oh. Bughd. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we can take a look.
Yeah. Because we use it in Urdu for being prejudiced.
Oh, for bughd?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Baghi, without the dal at the end, with a ya at the end, baghi generally means to transgress or to exceed the limits. So that's kind of related there. Bughd. Oops.
But I also conceived of like racism and hatreds as a disease of the soul. So it's so reaffirming to see that the Quran mentions it as in the same way, a disease of the soul.
Right, yeah.
Because otherwise, what will make people hate anyone else as a group? It defies logic to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what dagh means, but yeah, it does only appear in that one surah. And it is a very, like, I've never looked into the word before, but just the sound is very heavy.
Yeah.
I think the only other note I had was...
Baghi. Yeah, we have the word baghi, which is rebel, which I guess would be related to transgression.
Yeah,
But
same.
it's not always a negative word. It's used as in a resistance fighter as well. So a baghi to the British colonialism.
Yeah, baghi can also mean to, like, just want or desire or something. Yeah, baghi.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's becoming colloquial. Ibbi, ana ibbi. I
Yeah.
want.
Or biddi. Biddi is different. But yeah. Yeah, more Gulf people say that, I think. I think there's something else I want to say about sacrifice, but I don't remember.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge subject for me because, like, it's, I mean, especially living in the West, it's, that Judeo-Christian corruption is very real. I think, it's something that's like, it's a shame that like is instilled in a lot of us, right? That, like, thinking about yourself first in any way is shameful. So that, and Ayn Rand, the author that I mentioned, she comes from like a communist sort of society, like Russian communist society. So, a lot of it is criticism against like that kind of economic policy and stuff like that. But a lot of those collectivist sort of political frameworks are, they have the mask of like, love and caring for your brother, be your brother's keeper, etc. But in reality, it becomes, a very grim and ugly sort of system where, nobody nobody really strives for anything, right? Because striving and wanting something for yourself is shameful, right? It's seen as shameful, right? You should only be working for the community. You should only be contributing towards the collective. So there's she talks about Ayn Rand talks about like the virtue of selfishness, which is an idea that I think is a little tricky, right? Especially when you compare it to like Islam, but I think there's value in it, and also she's a capitalist because she believes in the virtue of capitalism, which I think also is very in line with Islamic values to a degree. I think it's only half the story, but it's just that government regulation and all that stuff makes things very difficult and often hurts people and hurts the collective more than it does anything to destroying healthy competition destroys groups and organizations every time throughout human history.
I'm so sorry,
Nice.
Umar brother. I'm like, disclaimer here. My first undergraduate was actually in China. I was there for 3 years, so I see communism, both its pros and cons.
Right.
And I raised kids as I've lived majority of my life in under poverty line.
Mm.
And now my son is a venture capitalist, so I can't even normally articulate his title. No, seriously, I cannot, because it's like it feels like a dagger into my heart. Um, so I think Ayn Rand actually is very, very problematic.
She is problematic. Yeah,
She is.
I won't
She
deny.
is.
Yeah, I won't deny
Yeah,
that.
yeah. She's utterly problematic, and in some ways, I'm like, despite that poverty line raising and Marxism and all of that, um, I think I loved my kids too much like an animal. That instead of loving them for Allah, because I think that really is a lesson I'm learning, that whatever, even the deepest, most instinctive love, really, it should be for us humans. We, and it's very hard. So I'm not saying I'm there. I absolutely not there. But we need to be able, even our spouses and our children and our parents, we have to like love them through, for, within Allah, because none of those relationships are perfect. None of them are without flaws, except for the relationship with Allah. And I think sometimes Allah shows us the flaws in these relationships to make us know He is really like, everything else is funny except for Him. And in the same way, all other hubs are also flawed except for the love for Him. So, what we give to others around us have to be a reflection of what we receive from Him. And I know it sounds so preachy, uh, um,
No,
but I mean, I don't know. It's like a, oh, it's really, it's hurtful. It's deep in my heart, and I really am trying to think of what is life, what is God giving me, what are the critique I'm getting from Allah. What is it like? We've talked about hope, that being a gift as well. What is the Wahhab giving me? What am I supposed to receive from it? What is the lesson? What is the tabir that I'm supposed to abur in this current whatever I'm facing? And it's adding up to this love for the sake of Allah. And I have a 97-year-old mom who's bedbound at this point. I
SubhanAllah.
adore her, but she's human.
Yeah,
She's flawed like all of us.
yeah.
I have two adorable children, but we're all flawed, including myself. So to receive pain and then to realize that really, I think we can be the best spouses, children, parents, if we are always cognizant of that. And it's not trained into us. Our mothers adore us unconditionally, we or not. Um we're not, I don't know whether we are taught this or not. I wasn't. I certainly wasn't, that Allah, that really it's all love. It goes through human beings, through our love for the earth and everything, trees, art, but the end destination is and should always be Allah. If it's not Allah, then that's a problem. That's the river. It's the source. It's that ocean where all of these rivulets of love have to flow. If it's not flowing, and we some and we have to be maybe cognizant, those of us who think, those of us who are sensitive, who have been given these gifts of Allah to interpret, to critically think about these things, to feel, to know that it's to be cognizant of that Allah is the only, He's the only gifter, and He's the only source of love, and He's the ocean of love where all our rivers need to flow back. We get the water from Him of love, and the rivers need to flow back to Him.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful. I think it ties, to tie it back to the metaphors, like of a seed growing, right? Maybe seed is the duty, and the growing is the love, but the water comes from Allah, right? So all our relationships in in this, in their simplest sense, are just reminding us of, in their flaw and in their beauty, they're always reminding us of our relationship with our Creator.
I wanted to add something on what Huma said, and also on the topic of sacrifice. So there is love. Yeah, there's the idea of sacrifice that comes from Christian background. I completely agree. There's also the kind of love that comes with sacrifice, and let's not say the romantic one, because that's technically the one you choose, but more like, for example, your relationship with your family and with your parents. And for example, when if you have I don't know if it's my Eastern European background or anything, because in our culture alcohol is like it should be on the flag, but no, really, like really. And so what do you do when one of your parents is struggling with addiction? Or what do you do when you grow up in an environment when your roots basically are also very deeply related to addiction? And the thing is that when you have that, when you love someone deeply, one of your parents, one of your family members, and they also embody the love they have for you, but they also embody very dark, shadowy traits. The love you have, you cannot not love them, because that is something you have to decide upon if you want to, but technically it is best to have to love your family until the end. And so when that's the case, you kind of make room for sacrifice every single day. And so as growing up, I'm not trying necessarily to excuse the presence of sacrifice in the concept of love. I'm just trying to give it another venue, so to say. When you grow up and you learn about love, and you educate yourself and you educate your soul and your heart on what love is, you also somehow you make a mix between that and sacrifice, which later on gives you like another, like a third wing, like a super ability, is not really an ability, but just for the sake of let's just say it's an ability. It's like you get another dimension to perceive the suffering in others. And when you do that, because addiction basically stems from suffering and so on, and leads to sacrifice and so on and so forth, basically when you see the suffering and you still make room for in yourself for loving them, you do get you end up with an idea that love coexists with sacrifice. And it's, realistically speaking, and my personal opinion is that you can only do that through faith. And that is exactly what Huma said, with the love of Allah and with the help of Allah and with the strength from Allah and everything. Otherwise, I could not imagine, for example, I could not imagine how I could possibly still love my parents to this day, but and so is through that, and so automatically it makes it a gift. Like their existence, their shadow makes it a gift upon me, because it keeps me very close to my creator. And it also, like, every day it makes me say, help me, I help me. I am really aware of how much I need your help. And so yeah, it's faith, but it's also just for the sake of, because you said before, which is I completely agree, but I also think there's a second stream, like a third stream, I don't know, which is the most complicated one. What do you do when um, sacrifice is somehow ingrained in your ability to love, because you cannot close your eyes the minute you see someone, the minute you really get to know someone. You cannot close your eyes when it comes to their shadow. And it's less about boredom here or about moments of stagnation, but more of loving, as far as my background and my family has taught me, which in modern psychology would deem me as like a something like a work in progress, which I agree, of course. But the idea of faith helping you uh, move on and continue to love the ones that you don't want to give up on is far more precious for me. And it also implies the presence of sacrifice.
I think the key for me is names, right? Is naming the moment, naming the feeling, naming the event or the interaction, or, you know, I think that's really what it comes down to. And, you know, I have problems with modern psychology, but, you know, I think there's a lot of merit to it. I think they just, you know, I think language is so important, and it's not treated as, you know, as seriously as it should be in modern psychology. But I think naming is really the key. And I think, you know, often what happens in difficult relationships, where, you know, we say things like, you know, oh, I still love them, even though, like, you know, maybe really you don't, right? I mean, you say you love them because, you know, you want to love them, right? And maybe that's all it takes to love somebody, right? Maybe that's the lowest level of love, right? Is just wanting to love somebody, because we all have difficult relationships, and we all have, you know, people in our lives that, you know, that are important to us, but, you know, they drive us crazy in some way. And I think often maybe, you know, the reason I say naming is the key is because, you know, otherwise, you know, we're just kind of left in like a gray area. And it's also, naming is also important because that's how we grow as individuals, in terms of being able to name and identify our boundaries and our, you know, what we want. Even if we're not getting what we want, you know, as long as we're like crystal clear with ourselves about what we want, you know, because sometimes, like I said, you know, you want to love them, but, you know, you can't, you know, you can't think about anything except for how they're, you know, disappointing you in some way. And I think often sometimes what also happens is we translate that as like, oh, I'm not worthy of love, or I'm not worthy of having a father or a mother or a spouse or a child that's easy, right? That's the way that I want it, or the, you know, in the way that I feel, you know, I deserve, or whatever it is. And, you know, I think you fall into that trap subconsciously when you don't name exactly what you want and what you're not getting, and also, like, you know, potentially what the struggle is that person is going through, right? You need to name things and be clear, at least to yourself, you know, when in our relationships with others. Because otherwise we fall into, like, you know, the trap of like wordless love, right? And that's romanticized in a lot of ways, that I think is okay, right? Because I think there is love that's beyond words, right? There's love that, you know, can't be captured in a poem or in any kind of language, that you just feel, you know, in the presence of somebody. But that's different from, like, somebody pissing you off or doing something wrong, and you loving them still, right? That's a different kind of love.
I agree. I relate to what you're saying, Ahmed.
Mm.
I think the concept of love and sacrifice built upon self-abandonment, that is something that I can't like personally like in my own life, in my like with like the same like Mara, you mentioned like struggling with your relationship with your parents and stuff, and like I have the same. And that's like for me, it's like that's what I can't like that's what I struggle with so much is it's just the fact that like I can't bring myself to not validate my experience and like Omar said like to name it and to know like because to me love and justice are like hand in hand, and justice is one of like the most perfect and high like manifestations of Allah's love. And I'm not saying that a person who is struggling with addiction is like deliberately being unjust, but I'm talking more about like one's own responsibility to the self and everything. And it's just like, um accepting things that hurt us or that can cause, because like when you're in a situation where you're kind of trapped and you're kind of being held down by this like pain that's like coming from this kind of like impossible place and everything, it's almost like you start to like spiritually oppress yourself, and then like Omar said, like that can manifest as your shadow, right? Like we talked about the shadow of like the other person and being able to love them despite it, and that like costing sacrifice. I think in that way sacrifice, there are like versions of like love and sacrifice and everything like that are kind of described as like blameworthy, and I always am like cognizant of like the line between that, like between blameworthy love and sacrifice, and then also like being transgressive in that way where like yes, your parents are given a station over you, and they do have these rights, and they do have this like this importance that from Allah that is like placed on us. You can't just completely like do away with that either, and you can't like transgress against that, and you can't like defy that. It's like become like a police and refuse to like prostrate, like in a way, like it's like, and obviously not to them but to Allah's will. But yeah, like it's I would agree with Amr of like it's important to at least name it, like right, like it's like when there's some kind of injustice or something, like you change it with your hand, and if you can't, then you change it with your words, and if you can't even do that, then you at least hate it in your heart, and that is like the least of like faith and everything. And in that kind of, that's how I approach it, where I'm like, yeah, I can't be complacent, because I'm also very terrified of if I become forgiving of oppression without, then I fear becoming complacent to the version of the oppressor that has become intertwined with my shadow, so the oppressor within. I become like I risk becoming complacent to that, and I risk becoming exactly what I hate. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tricky. I had a friend of mine in college, and we would debate about love being sacrificed endlessly. He was Christian, pretty devout Christian, but it was just he wouldn't budge. He was like, love is sacrifice. He couldn't see it any other way. But we were very similar in a lot of other ways too, and we had a lot of very shared interests. So it was always kind of like frustrating that like he couldn't see that like the love that I had for him had nothing to do with sacrifice, right? It was just that like we were so similar, we thought similarly, and we would have great conversations with each other. It's those values that shared value that we had, that was our love for each other. And like it would bother me to the point sometimes where I'm like, okay, so your love for me is just like putting up with me right now, that's all it is. But I kind of acquiesced at the end of our towards the eventually we stopped debating it a bit, and I kind of acquiesced, and I'm like, okay, I can agree that love is sacrifice to a degree, like, or like some sacrifice is love, but as long as you still make room for passion, right? As long as you still make room for like something beyond just like just regular love, just like like chocolate, like your love, because and then it's just like your love for chocolate cake, right? There's no difference really, right? But I think that like passion and like being in love, is different than just love and sacrifice and duty, which are not ugly things. They're just it's just I think there has to be something more excellent and more beautiful. Otherwise, we just kind of limit ourselves. Um,
I
That
can add
love
to
can't
that. What
always
she's
be like a battlefield. Like you,
Sorry, you both
you
cut off
need.
there.
Sorry, I was saying like love can't and shouldn't feel like a battlefield or like a war all the time because if you're only collecting wounds and that is like your experience of love, then that's not really like there might be a version of love, but it's not like the highest form of love. Like that is not, like and it kind of takes you take it back to like what Allah loved me this way. And it's like, no, he would not do that to you. Like he wouldn't like treat you like that. Like, Allah does not make love like transactional. He doesn't kind of place difficulty upon you. Love is supposed to like in that way, like it's supposed to be easy and it's supposed to like bring peace. So like it's yeah, like I agree. Like it's there has to be something else that, or maybe we find a different word for it, but I don't know
Yeah.
if I would call it love.
Yeah, I mean that's why I said love and duty is for everyone, but passion is only passion, romance. That's for the faithful, because it's easy to love.
But what she said reminded me of like when we were speaking about Musa and Fuad.
Mm,
I think you said Fuad is the activated heart, and I feel
yes,
like it goes back into that about like
exactly. Yeah,
yeah, just like love as an open heart or like a heart that is like so alive and like to see. And what you also said about your friend, your Christian friend, it reminded me of like al arwah junudun mujannada, and
right. Yeah.
it was ironic because right after that Mahan said love should not be a battlefield, or should it? I'm just kidding. But like Junood is a very like battlefield
That's a really
term.
good point, because
Um,
sometimes you could be like you can kind of hate someone almost, right? Or like be in direct, constantly challenging each other, but you don't realize it. There's actually a lot of love there, and you don't realize it.
yeah, yeah,
Or
that's
love and
actually
hate are always intertwined, aren't they? You cannot hate someone unless there is a
yeah,
either a past or a future possibility of love,
Right.
because you won't feel that
subhanallah.
intensity,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It
That's so
requires the
true.
passion to be able to love or hate. You can
Lovers,
dislike something, be indifferent, but hate requires passion,
yeah,
like love.
Yeah.
it's an energy. Like you're giving energy to something.
Exactly. And I think even in case of our parents or siblings or children, uh, I think and they're very often they're difficult. I mean, I don't even, there's some lucky people who don't have difficult relationships, but within the difficulty is maybe the gift of what we needed to purify our nafs, our souls. It's something we needed. And it could be through continued love, or it could be through estrangement as well. That we need to know what is completely not acceptable, and how to be able to put a distance between um, evil. I mean, I'm using a word and I'm thinking of Abu Lahab. I'm thinking of my two siblings that I'm estranged from, knowing that our religion teaches us to not be estranged from your relatives, your siblings, for more than 3 days, etc., etc., etc. But there comes a point when you realize that you cannot have a relationship with people, person X, Y, or Z, without actually actively injuring yourself, and that is not allowed either, right? That kind of a self destruction is not a halal thing to do. It's like suicidal. And and so to be able to navigate those boundaries, and there are those lessons that are, because Allah knows our soul. He knows our what is it, Ainu Sabita, the essential essence that He has put inside each one of us. What challenges we need to be able to come up to its full potential. What what are the rough spots that need to be polished?
I'm
And
sorry, that must have been difficult to exchange from your siblings. I just wanted to say that.
bless you, bless you, bless you. It is super difficult, super difficult. And some relationships you don't give up. Like my mother, like it's she's 97. It took her like it's only the last 4 or 5 years that she's actually forgiven me for something that was not a bad act at all. Like it didn't need to be forgiven, but she just held a grudge against me for not having an arranged marriage, and it didn't work out, but she held it. And I raised kids alone, didn't take any physical, any financial help for them, but it did come to, and I kept on. I had to keep on being the loving daughter. I had to, and I kept faith. I had the strongest tawakkul in Allah that my mother will see me. She will see me. She will see me. And that again, that acknowledgement to be seen, to be for especially your mother, to know that you have good intentions and love towards her. And she has suddenly, maybe it is dementia, or maybe whatever it is, it whatever it is. I'm not going to look at a gift
SubhanAllah.
horse in its mouth
Yeah,
face, but
alhamdulillah.
but but it is she allows my love to flow towards her and through her to Allah. Otherwise there was a blockage. She would refuse to receive it. And I'm not even talking about her loving me back. She would just refuse to receive my love. So, but that blockage is thrown, and maybe that point will come with my siblings as well. Who knows? But through that pain, we also discover who we are. Through that pain, and that beautiful thing about even alcohol and being able to love, and through quote unquote what could be called abusive situations, and but yet sometimes we should and we have the responsibility to put a distance from abuse. And in my case it was abuse towards my kids. It wasn't just about me that I reacted, and which is sad because I should have reacted in self-defense as well, but it was meanness towards my children that it was unbearable for me.
Actually, I
Can I
want to
um,
say
agree with
something,
that because
Hamada?
I,
sorry, should I add on or Sunil, or do you want to go?
Just finish your thing. It's okay.
Okay. So I was gonna say like what Huma was talking about, like it's like um we don't have no, nothing has the right to oppress or harm our soul, including our own selves. And so in that way, like it like you said, like Huma, like not accepting abuse towards the self, or oppression of our soul. And like that's really what happens, like no matter whatever the oh wait, Zanila, you should finish what you were gonna say. Wait, has she left? Oh no, Mara's left. Okay. Well, I'll just continue then.
it's random.
But no, she has to go bury her bird.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, like not accepting like that. And I think even that, like the ability to distance oneself, it becomes a responsibility because that becomes the act of love. Like you, when you're staying with your abuser, you are only like it sows spiritual corruption. Like it gives you a disease of the heart. Like like you can't, because you can't help but like hate someone when they're like hurting you actively, deliberately. Like you it starts to like corrode at your humanity. And also like when you're stuck underneath abuse, like it affects everything. Like it affects your freedom, your independence. It affects your ability to be like a full human being, to be in acts of worship that are like outside of like your ritualistic ibadat, because you're not able to like be a free and full person. And so as an act of like devotion to God, and as your responsibility to your own soul, which at the end of the day, that's all you're going to be questioned about, is like what did you do with yourself? for that, like actually becomes the bigger act of love, both towards like as devotion to Allah, but also to even your abuser in like a case where you need to keep that relationship, like it's your parent or your sibling or something like that. Because when you are able to distance yourself and you're able to save yourself and you're able to put yourself first and not be in contact for a while, you free yourself. And when you're free and when you have distance and when you're not in danger and when you're not being killed, then you have that vantage point. Then you have leverage to work with. And from there you can choose to forgive them. You can choose to like keep trying from a distance, from safety. And then from there Allah like can bring about change for you, inshallah. But to stay with that kind of like oppression, I think is like, yeah, like it goes back to self-abandonment. And I think that is not love. It's more like a darker face, or it's something that's misplaced, or something that is like we're taught is love, because like I think it like this like in larger systems benefit from that.
Yeah,
Absolutely. But yeah.
And I think it's an act of kindness. Sorry, Omar.
No,
It's
it's
an
okay.
act of kindness to for somebody to have repercussions of their acts, because of the potential of it being a wake up call. If
Absolutely.
somebody never has repercussions of their cruel acts towards you, then you're kind of enabling them by making it possible for them to keep on doing that.
Mhm.
And so something could really be kindness. It could be a wake up call.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ideas here that come to mind, especially from like modern psychology and kind of how we are often attracted to the things that cause us the most pain. But just to kind of maybe ground it a little bit, I think I want to. Zanir brought up this point and um, uh, about Fuad and like Musa, the mother of Musa. And I think that's a great point because Fuad comes up in the Quran also in the description of disbelievers, right? And Allah describes the disbelievers' Fuad, right? He describes not their heart, but their Fuad, right? That activated heart as being empty, or as being empty of anything except whim, right? Afidatuhum hawa, right? So they have no passion, basically, is how I interpret that, right? Is that their hearts have nothing. The only passion that they have is fleeting whim, right? They don't have any like deep vision or deep knowledge or deep desire for anything truly meaningful. Their passions are stunted, right? And they're nothing but whim is what's in their chest. And I think that is kind of related to the whole idea of like the mistake or the fatal error of thinking love is nothing more than sacrifice. And I think that comes from a place of like not naming, right? Not naming your values, not naming what you want, not naming your boundaries. And so what happens is you necessarily don't have any self-worth. You don't really have much self-worth outside of very basic minimal things, and you don't have any deep desires or any passion outside of very basic minimal things: eat, sleep, whatever it is. And I think that's often what blocks people from love, and maybe also traps people in addictions and painful cycles and patterns of behavior is because there is a lack of that naming, right? There's a lack of finding oneself and finding what one truly wants and what one is truly passionate about and values very, very highly. Yeah, that's kind of just bringing it back to what Zanir was saying. I don't know if you had more thoughts there. The other thing, just to kind of about activated heart and the difference between qalb And I think even in the idea of qalb, right, even the idea, the Arabic word for heart, as you know, qalb meaning like fluctuation, like flipping, literal flipping. It kind of I think embedded in that is the idea of like ups and downs, whereas fuad, really the activated heart, is more about like just like it's more about just the up, right? Just that upward trajectory, that high that you get, when you're in love with something. And in the language, that's grounded by the idea of like burning, right? And like fa'ada, the base verb of fuad, literally means for something to become heated intensely, or inflamed. And we say that that's kind of cross linguistic too, because we often associate passion with like fire and intensity, like that. I don't know if you had any more thoughts to that, Zinir, but I think we kind of cut you off.
I have so many thoughts. But
Yeah.
so basically, what's really interesting about like this whole conversation, right? First of all, I'm so glad it's basically a therapy session. Love that. But it was just reminding me of well my own experience with my parents, and but more importantly, right? Because I just wanted to say some soothing things to Mara. But I was thinking now also, right? Because I truly believe that Allah does not allow suffering without wisdom. And so, in my experience as an energy healer, most literally, I'm not even exaggerating, probably all issues that we have now, kind of in some way or another, go back to our experience with our parents or some early childhood experience. So it's just this question about why would God allow this? It's really a question of theodicy, like why is God allowing this to happen? And because even when you say, "Oh, like why do I have to go through this?" You're actually asking, "Why is God making me go through this?" Because God is actually, in practice, God is allowing it.
Right.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be going through it. And so you can accept that. Like there's no, like I don't think that's a blasphemous question to ask. I think you should ask that question. And then it's just been my experience in like seeing in my own experience healing my own past to healing my own relationship with my parents, where like what Maha said was really like relevant about like you not getting killed and taking space, versus just healing and finding answers to the point where now I'm like, okay, you know what? It's really not that. I mean, like, I see the wisdom behind why I would, first of all, do this to myself. Because again, the dua is, La ilaha illa anta subhanak inni kuntu min al-zalimin. We attract a lot of things to ourselves. And again, why would God allow that? So, one of the things is that, to bring it back to the name, what is a gift? For example, it has to be something. It has to be something good. Because God does not allow evil in and of itself. Otherwise, we're saying that God is evil, right? So then, like, why? And so it reminds me of the story of Khidr alayhi salam. Allah says, عَلَّمْنَاهُ مِن لَدُنَّا عِلْمًا. He had something very special, علم ladunni. It is from God's own self almost. A knowledge that even Musa alayhi salam, who is again very beloved to God, did not have. And what did he do? He killed a random boy, right? And Musa alayhi salam said, did you just kill a nafsan بغير حق, without a right? And he said, how he had already told Musa alayhi salam, you're not going to be able to have sabr. كيف تصبر على ما لم تحط به خبرة. So this is the secret, right? Like how are you going to have sabr? How are you going to have patience when you're not aware of something? And so Musa alayhi salam is impatient because he's like, this looks like, again, objectively, what is evil? What is injustice? How do I know if something injustice, like, it looks like injustice to me? And, but what if it isn't? Because that looks like very unjust. But apparently, it was probably even an act of rahmah for that person, for that child, because Allah knew that he's going to grow up and become evil. So, him actually dying before he gets to that, fulfilling that potential, maybe he actually went to Jannah because he got killed by Khidr alayhi salam. Again, that is just like, the hikmah, right? Not just hikmah, but ilm. So when we like, what is the like? I'm thinking about like, what's the bird's eye perspective of this? Like I look, like it looks to me like I'm being oppressed, like I'm in a such and such situation. But what if there's so much khair in it? And what if actually this is maybe even like really good for me? So one Sheikh, he's a Tusi Sheikh, he mentioned how a lot of the prophetic stories that we read in the Quran, a lot of the prophets, they had really bad relationships with their family, like they had traumatic relationships with their family. Why is this like a pattern that we see? And he said, I don't know if he said it in specifically that context, but he said, like, if you look at it from like an energy bird's eye perspective, even if, again, we don't know if something is zulm necessarily, because again, like, Musa alayhi salam killed someone, Allah still loved him. And again, that was, you shouldn't have killed that person, right? But again, it's not described as zulm. So we don't actually know what is and what isn't like evil in and of itself. Um, but let's say that, but zulm is zulumat. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Inna zulma zulumat yawm al-qiyamah. Injustice is darkness. So let's say there's one person in a really abusive family, and abuse is darkness because abuse is zulm. Energetically, from a bird's eye perspective, what that sheikh was getting at was that shaitan is not going to look in a place of darkness for a being of light. It is protection for that soul that is being abused, um, especially, in the case of these rusul, they're beings of immense light. But in the case of really many, many people that go through such stuff, it is actually a protection for their soul that they are hidden by the darkness because nobody is gonna look for a treasure in a trash can, I guess. So it's that kind of thing. It's like when we find the wisdom behind those things, then it becomes easier to, like whatever, deal with whatever you have to deal with. Because sometimes, again, like Khadr said to Musa, how are you gonna have sabr if you don't know what you're dealing with? Or if you're not aware, you're not informed. But if we are informed, oh, these are the number of ways that in which it could be good for me. And one thing that I've seen as a pattern, subhanAllah, people don't understand this. People think that, parents sacrifice a lot for their kids, which is true. But um, kids actually, on a soul level, again, like inherent, like internally, even when there is conflict between, even when a child hates their parents, right? I'm gonna say hate, like in their nafs hates their parent, let's say. On a nafsi level, they despise their parent, they think their parent is really abusive. On a soul level, on an inner level, they would sacrifice their own lives for the parent. And I've seen this multiple times. And not just parent, it's actually this love. My energy healing teacher told me this. She said, the love that we have for our ancestors, for our family, our genetic family, biological family, is unconditional. It is blind love. It says, I will do anything for you, I will die for you. And many people are ready to do that. I've noticed that a lot of times, like mothers, if something bad is, they see something bad is going to happen to their baby, they'll I've known people to make this dua that God, like, instead of giving it to her, give it to me, like let it befall me. And people might think that is actually a logical thing for a mother to do, but a lot of people don't know. Children will physically stand in front of their mother to, for instance, protect her from an abusive father when they know that they're not going to be able to protect that mother, like they're too small for it, but they will do it. And even if, like, this is just, I don't know, such a, like, it's an insane thing, really. It's like almost like we can't control it thing. Like, even if we hate our parents and we despise them and we want to be free of them, actually deep down we love them. Like, there is something, about the blood and like the genetics and everything, um, that really binds us in this blind sacrificial love to our parents. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that this is how it is. And I think the lesson that we're supposed to learn from our birth parents, first of all, it's like really gratitude, because this is what Allah says multiple times in the Quran, right? Anishkurli wali walidayya. Be grateful to me. Be grateful to your birth parents. We spoke about this earlier. I think that was our four-hour long session. Is this been 4 hours? Three. Okay. Um, yeah, so like what, and I was thinking about it, I was like, why is God saying this when God knows that so many parents are really, really abusive to their kids? And I thought about it and I was like, okay, what is something that only a parent or biological parents provide you that nobody else provides at the barest minimum, right? Even if they like literally have the babies throw them in the street and don't give it, care. It is basically, it is your physical body. That is what you get from your parents that you don't get from anyone else, no matter how abusive they might be. And the physical body, again, it's a gift, right? It's a hiba, because through it we get to like come, like as our spirit gets to come incarnate into the body and to experience this realm of separation and duality, and then to find God, return and find God through that body. And that is something nobody else can do for you, even if they can be your spiritual parent, even if they can be your, you can love them so much, even if they can provide any amount of care or money or anything. Nobody's going to be able to provide that for you, the body, except for your parents. And so I thought that in and of itself, if you see like the enormity of the gift that it is, it helped me personally be like, okay, you know what, this in and of itself is enough for me to be grateful to you. No one else could have given this to me, but you gave this to me, and whatever you went through, it's fine. But I mean, that's a huge, what's it called, gift and sacrifice. It is a sacrifice because especially on the mother's body, it is a very actual physical labor and sacrifice. Um, and so that kind of like also softens the blow, I guess. Again, it doesn't mean that you need to sacrifice yourself or anything. But I think the other lesson that we learn only through our biological family is, again, I feel like many people, it's not, but I feel like most of us, is the lesson is unconditional love. And that is because there are things that we would never accept, like we find so problematic, and we would never accept it in anybody. But just because the person happens to be like, blood related to us, we accept it. Um, I feel like Homa's mom thing was the thing. Like for her, I think it was like an immoral thing, but it's not an immoral thing because her daughter did it. Or like, it's just like I feel like sometimes on a soul level, we come here wanting to learn unconditional love, and it's not because every other relationship, right? We're not bound by, again, what Omar spoke about, duty and all of that, but it's kind of almost consensual. Every other relationship except for um biological familial relationships. And so it's like we feel bound, right? We feel bound in a way, and we want really, our soul really wants to make it work, no matter how bad it is. And so we learn to like almost like we're forced to be like, oh God, you know what, actually, like for example, I know again, I'm gonna go back to like a kind of morally gray example. For me, for my parents, for my mother especially, um, okay, I'm vegan, right? So for my mom, it is actually kufr. I'm not like joking about this, but for my mom actually thinks that it's kufr to not be eating meat that is dabiha and to reject it. And it was very difficult for her to accept that I turned vegan. But she did eventually. Both my parents it's kind of like they have to because I'm their daughter. But they wouldn't have accepted it. There was no other way that they could have found this thing, this abominable act that I'm doing, acceptable. But the only way that they can do that is because, oh, she's our flesh and blood. And not just that, but not just accept it, but to like, make me food that is vegan, like to take extra care of me. Like it took time and all of that. But again, like, the same thing with like the hijab, right? Like for my dad, it is really bad. Like he does not accept, you know, what's it called? Yeah, he thinks like it's horrible for a woman not to be wearing hijab. But my dad's side of the family is actually not that religious. And my cousin, for instance, doesn't wear hijab. And so, but he still loves her because that's his niece. So it's like things that we think are necessary for love to exist, I guess, our notions of what we need or what is acceptable and what is unacceptable gets challenged by through familiar love. And the same thing goes for like addiction and all of that. Because I think you might think like, oh, but addiction is like so, I guess, clearly bad or clearly wrong. But for my mom, being vegan is really clearly like it's very obviously haram. And so it is just as haram, for instance, as being an alcoholic. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it was at least before, right? But it's like, what is the way to overcome this like really rigidity, right, in you, where you think that I'm not going to be accepting of another person if they do X, Y, Z, but then you're like, oh, but the only thing is she's my blood. So then it's like it, changes those things. Again, same thing with the story of Musa alayhi salam, right? Because I don't think if someone came and like threw a mushaf on a Quran, book of the Quran, like a copy of the Quran on the floor, we would not think that that person loves God. But Musa alayhi salam threw the physical thing that God gave him on the floor. Like he threw it, and I think it broke the tablet. But he loves God. And so it's this thing about like, what is it even? Like, and God loves him unconditionally. And it's this thing of, unconditional love requires overlooking, constant overlooking. Oh, you did this. Again, constant overlooking, which is something that parents have to do so much. Like, we keep talking about, like, how we sacrifice ourselves for our parents, or like my parents did this or that. But parenting is like inherently so like demanding of sacrifice. Like, you have once people, like, I've seen my friends who become moms, like they never sleep 8 hours a day ever. Ever since they get pregnant, there's not pregnant. I guess since they have the baby, there's no like full night's sleep after that. There's always something stressful that we be doing as kids. But of course, we grow up, we forget all of that. So it's also this question about like a cycle, almost like my energy healing teacher said. It's almost like there's like these tropes, not tropes, like archetypes, victim and perpetrator. And like we kind of take turns playing it with other people. Because if you think about it, right, if a woman, for example, she's just postpartum, and like her body's bleeding. And on top of that, she has to like take care of a little human being. And she probably doesn't know how to do that. That is a kind of will that is a kind of, what's it called, like thing imposed on her, right? And then when that baby grows up, she might think, no, my mom is actually really abusive. And they might both be true. But it's almost like, I guess, this kind of balance that, like, some things go wrong both ways. And, like, to what level? That's why, like, Allah always pairs, like, forgiveness with rahmah, ghafurur rahim, because you cannot have raham, or like unconditional love, without having forgiveness. So you have to forgive, because if you don't forgive, then your heart closes, and then you can't feel anything. And so, yeah, sorry, that was just a lot.
Wow. Okay. I thought I only had 2 things I wanted to add, but you reminded me of another friend of mine from college. And this was, I guess, also during my poetic days. And I had made friends with somebody who I thought I just thought he was a really cool guy. He was like a really great singer, great dancer. He's just very outgoing and different from me in a lot of ways. And I remember once asking him like who he loved the most, and he was kind of like annoyed at my question a little bit. And I think the reason what you were saying, Zanira, reminded me of this is because I think an important thing in Islam, at least for me, is like levels of love, right? Is like the idea that like, the famous hadith, right, where the Prophet ﷺ says, none of you believe, right, until you love me more than you love anybody else, right? Even yourself, right? And then there's, the famous interaction between the Prophet ﷺ and Umar, where Umar's like, oh messenger of God, I love you more than anything and anybody else except for myself, because he was being logical, right? He's like, I can't lie, like, I take care of myself. And maybe he was thinking of it in like a quantitative way. And the Prophet ﷺ responded, he said, nope, that's not it, not enough, and then, Umar thought about it for a little bit, and then he was like, oh, okay, I think I was thinking, I'm imagining what Umar was thinking, right? And radiallahu anhu, may Allah be pleased with him, I think he was thinking, maybe he reflected and thought like, oh, maybe I was thinking about love in a very like logical kind of way, whereas or a quantitative kind of way, right? Because he takes care of himself more than anybody else. And then, the Prophet ﷺ corrected him, and he's like, no, think about it in a qualitative way. My values are the best. God made me as the best of creation. So none of you really believe unless you, embody me, emulate me, follow my values, match my values 1-to-1 as much as you can, just like this, this tree here. Yeah, so I asked my friend, Dave, why, who do you love most? And he seemed kind of annoyed, and he was like, I love everyone the same, right? And that kind of bothered me, because like I didn't think of love in that way, right? I don't think of love in that way. I think love is not just sacrifice. I think love is, diverse colors and directions and expanding and growing, and I think it's a beautiful aspect of reality, that we love some people more than other people, right? And I was specifically asking him because I really like this guy, more than like anybody else in our friends group, let's say. But he said, no, I love everybody the same. And I was like, what do you mean? How could you love everybody the same? There's got to be, people that are are closer to you. He's like, no, he didn't really want to lean into me at all. And he was like, it's kind of like colors for me. He's like, everyone's just different colors. And he kind of stumped me for a minute, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting way to think about it. And then like a few minutes passed, and then I was like, wait, I got him. What about gold? What's gold? Who has the golden color for you? And then when I asked him that, he just like, he kind of like got even more annoyed, and and kind of just like, he didn't even, I don't think he answered me at all, but like I stumped him, right? Like, I think, like his conception of love was kind of challenged a little bit there. And I think, that kind of ties in a little bit to what we're saying, Zanira, because I think oftentimes we, maybe we feel bad about loving some people more than others, or maybe we feel bad at the idea that some people might not like us, as much as other people. And I think that goes back to the whole thing I was saying before about how, like, a lot of times that idea of self-sacrifice comes kind of from like communism and collectivism and just self-sacrifice as a virtue, and selfishness and self-love as a vice or a shame. And also, we also talked about it as like a lack of passion, right? A lack of knowing yourself, a lack of knowing what you want, what you really value the most. So that's interesting. Two other things I wanted to say. I guess we'll start with this one. This one's more of a tangent maybe, and then I can kind of bring it back. But it's the idea of like, we kept differentiating, I think, a little bit between like different kinds of gifts, right? Or rizq and gifts, like provision and gifts. So there are like gifts that come to you, when it seems like there's any solution is impossible, right? So that's why we use hiba and mohiba and wahab strictly for God, whereas like, we use other words for gifts in Arabic for like gifts between people and stuff like that. But I think it's also similar to like another dichotomy that we have like in academics, and I think it was Nero who also said that. I love how this is turning into like a therapy session, and like, it's a tricky part of this group and this work and the research. But I think that like any theory of language, any theory of knowledge, has to come with it some way of informing our behavior, some way of informing our actions in our daily lives. And so it has to say something about mental health and that sort of thing. So I think there's a very close tie between what we're doing here and like therapy sessions and unearthing like human experience or unraveling human experience. I think that's an important part of what we're doing here. And I think it's exemplified by I forget who the scholar was that made this distinction, but there's a difference in science between a problem and a mystery. Because a problem, we at least have an idea about how to solve it, right? We have like some scientific method or some steps that we can take. But when it comes to mysteries, we don't know. We really don't have a clue about how to start. And I think that's what ties into everything we're talking about with mental health. How we always end up in like some conversation about mental health is because we're talking about knowledge, we're talking about language, and that's inevitably going to lead us to some kind of even outside of like spirituality and Islam and all the guidance that we've been given. I think it's well, I just lost my train of thought, but mysteries, right? Yeah, like we don't necessarily know how to solve the problem of mental health, right? It's a little bit of it is a mystery. We have some ideas, but I think that's why we keep coming back to this space again. Only other idea I wanted to share was uh, an anagram. So an anagram for Wahab, one of them that's really interesting is Bah. So instead of Wahaba, you have Bahawa. So the waw gets moved to the end there, and it generally means beauty. It generally means beauty, but it also has a very interesting connection in that it's tied to emptiness or vastness, or like if the Arabs like created a tent, or you have like a room that has nothing in it, they would call that bah, the bah of the tent, for example, right? The emptiness.
Almost like Farih.
Yeah. But then we also say bahiyya or baha for beauty. So I thought that was kind of
And is it
interesting.
also like sparkly things like Baha?
That's actually I think bahu. Oh, that's interesting. Coitus. No, not bahu. That's hab, I think. Yeah. So like in the Quran it says haba and manthura, for like dust that's rising up, or like dust in like particles that you see like floating in the air when the sun is shining. That's haba. Yeah.
No, I meant Baha. Because I think I have read a name, Zul Baha'i wal Majd.
What's that?
Zul Baha'i wal Majd. I mean, I guess it says beauty, but I don't know why. Maybe is it Bahar? Is that like sparkly?
Bahir? I think bahir is like like something that catches your
Shiny.
attention. Yeah. But I think baha also can refer to like the chest, because it's like the empty space of the chest, or you would say bahu sadr, or the empty space of the space of the chest.
So we have a name called Bahauddin,
Oh, yeah. So that
right?
would be like that would be
It's a
like
Sufi guy, Bahauddin Zakaria.
yeah.
And I'd always thought of it as like a vastness and generosity, like a vastness of treasures.
Yeah. That's generally the meaning I think that's tied here. Yeah, and I think it's related to the idea of gift, right? Because like, especially hiba, right? The kind of gift that comes, impossibly, right? That can only come from God, because it's like unquantifiable, right? The emptiness is kind of unquantifiable in the same way. So again, the anagram's kind of showing different angles of the same kind of wide idea.
I just wanted to. You reminded me when you asked your question about Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
So
So interesting. I mean, when he said like it's. I mean, I'm assuming, just if you're not too like, did you think he loved? Like, did you want him to love you the most?
who?
Did you want him? Did you want him to say you? I guess Dave. I think did you say your friend when you asked him? Like,
Yeah, kind of in a way, yeah. Because like
okay, right.
in a way,
So,
like I kind of like thought he was like the coolest guy in our friends group. I was like, I had, and I was like, yeah, you're the coolest. So who do you think is the coolest? And
yeah.
then, and there's sorry.
Yeah, so it reminded me of like when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, someone asked him, "Who do you love the most?"
Exactly.
And he thought the
Yeah.
same thing. I think he assumed that he was going to say him.
Yeah.
But Rasulullah said Aisha, and I thought that was so beautiful because it was just like also the importance of romantic love. That means like the most beloved person to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is his romantic partner. Like that was that was his highest love.
Yeah.
And also that Rasulullah, and the fact that he said it in front of everybody, like in front of men.
Yeah, I think there's more
And
to
like,
it. Like
like
it's a little funnier. Like I don't remember exactly, but I think he's like the guy is like, oh, okay, well, what about like from the men or something like
men,
that?
yeah.
And then he's like, her dad.
Still not you.
Yeah.
No. So yeah, but it was just this thing about also like the fact that Rasulullah, what's it called, values, um, I guess, I mean, he didn't actually express it straight up. Someone he was asked, but still, I guess there was also this like code or like metaphor that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Aisha had about like a knot. And whenever she wanted to ask him like, how much do you love me, or like, do you still love me as much? And then she would say like, how's the knot? And he would say, I guess, it's just as strong as before. So there's this like value to speaking about or like words of affirmation, right? Because a lot of cultures don't value that, especially in parental. Oh, what's it called? Yeah, there's just like, parents they say, oh no, you're supposed to know that I would love you. I do love you because I do, acts of service or whatever. But then we need to also hear that I love you. And Rasulullah said, if one of you loves your companions, he should go to his house and inform him.
Yeah.
And I just think that is so beautiful. Like, what do you need? You need to like go there and tell him. Like, it's just like I love like how much he stresses. Like, you need to tell this person. Like, you should go to their house and tell them. It's not even like, oh, when you see them, you should tell them. But like, imagine going to someone's house just to express love. Like, that's how important the expression itself is.
This reminds me of a scene from Up where after the house flies away, like he gets a knock on the door, Carl, the old man, and he's like he opens it and there's a dog with a talking collar, and the dog is like, I hid under your porch because I love you. Can I stay?
SubhanAllah.
I feel like children's love is also very much like that. It's a little very clingy because I have this new student and she is actually like so in love with me. And we went to the library and there's this like huge, what's it called? I don't even understand. Like sometimes kids, they love so unconditionally. She tells me randomly, we were drawing and she was like, you should get arrested. I was like, why? She's like, because you stole my heart. I'm like, haha, you're so funny. And she goes like, I'm not that's not a joke, I'm being serious. She was so serious.
That's great.
And I was like, oh. And then we went to the, what's it called, library where we were like drawing. They have like these screens where you can draw stuff. And they're huge. They're like huge towers, okay? And she wrote there, I love Ostada Zinira. And I was like, this is so embarrassing, but it's also really cute. But yeah, it's just this thing about like, I don't know if anyone else feels this way. I don't know. I feel like this is just be me. I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit embarrassed of love or like of loving or like even, and I feel like that's what I was kind of talking about, like unconditional love, right? In terms of like how that our parents, our relationship with our parents and kids teaches us unconditional love. Because sometimes I feel like when we love certain people who do what we consider again wrong or unjust things, we think we shouldn't, like we think we're a bad person for loving them. And I don't know if that's just me, but sometimes, because I remember one time I went to my friend and she's like, she's not a therapist, but she works in like mental health. And I was like, listen, there's this person so problematic, says the most problematic things I've ever heard in my life. Says like, slavery is justified, all of that. I mean, not that slavery is justified, but slavery isn't morally inherently reprehensible. But I can't stop, like I can't help myself from loving them. And she was like, no, it's okay. You can, people can be problematic and you can still love them. I was like, really? Like it's allowed? So I feel like there's this thing of like, like learning to love people who, yeah, like who basically don't match even like our, what you said about values. Like they don't match our moral values, but we still love them.
Yeah, that's
So
tricky.
you know how you were talking about that your student who like is like completely in love with you. I used to be like that, like with my like teachers and everything, and I'm still like that with people in my life. I feel like it gets like annoying, but I've come to the point where I don't care. I used to be like embarrassed of how intensely I loved, and I would be like, should I like say something about it? Like, and then I ended up like being like I ended up saying it because I'm too ADHD to like keep things inside. But then but then it's like then I'd like be like, no, people would get weirded out, and then I'd be like, no, why did I do that? I'm never gonna do that again, and then I would do it again, and then it's like, but now I've like just kind of given into it. I'm like, no, yeah, you know what? I own this, and actually, like, it's this is beautiful, like like it's because I think now more than ever, like that, like we need things that heal us or have that kind of healing or sock energy and stuff, and it's like like being opposite to that is like it really causes like a lot of pain on the self. And for me, like to oppose my nature, like what am I getting out of that? Nothing. Only pain. So like I'm just like, okay, this is what I'm like. And I just kind of like give people like a disclaimer, like, hey, I'm basically a golden retriever in like a human form. So you're gonna like you're gonna get like a lot of affection from me. But like it's like, it's the same thing. Like I made a friend actually. He's actually joined Mashraba and is probably going to drop in on the Lisān Lab session. Like he joined for the Lisān Lab because of me. But like it's just the same thing. Like I
Omar should give you
love this
commission.
person. Exactly. But like it's like I like that person is like the first person that I like fully understood what it's like to love someone for the sake of Allah, like what that really truly means. And even though like it's like it's like most people would keep it very casual. They're like, okay, don't like why would you like go and tell someone, or like why would you like make such a huge deal out of it? But I'm just like I'm like constantly telling the people, like my friends, and even if we're like not like best friends or whatever, like I'm always like telling people like I love you and stuff like that. And it's also like that's something I also like picked up like very early on. I don't know why, but in my early life, like I saw a lot of death, and in a way that like I would always see it coming. Like I would get some kind of sign or something like that. So then it was like being in conversation with that and everything, like it kind of made me kind of aware of the fact that like life ends at some point, and then what are you doing collecting love inside yourself? Like I don't think love is the kind of thing that should be kept inside like a reservoir, like inside the self. I think it's the kind of thing that you have to let flow freely. So like I'm just like I'm always like I even said it like after the Ghaffar session in like our Lisān Lab chat. I was like, I love us because I do.
Yeah, no, I think loving is easy. I think it's I think
Yeah, exactly.
we love way more than we realize, right? Because all you need to do to love is just to have like value something, right? That's why I say love is value, because like you can't love unless you value something, even if it's just the breath that you have, that that you have access to. And so we're all brothers in that physical way. But yeah, I think that it's something I've
There's so
struggled
much
with.
true love in people.
Sorry?
There's so much true love in people. Like I don't know if anyone else has this, but like for me, I can't like almost to a fault. Like I see more directly through to like the light in people. And like people always tell me like you project a lot of like your light onto other people and stuff, and so like that makes you. But I'm like, no, it's like I also see like it's fine if it's just potential, and like even if they're not embodying it, like it's still there. Like what I'm seeing is not just from me, it's their qualities that are in that person, whether or not that person is like fully in touch with them. And it costs me nothing. It actually gives me like a lot of like satisfaction, and not satisfaction in like a personal way, but in just like it's fulfilling to love that, regardless of like that person's conversation with it, or regardless of whether that person loves me the same way or not. Like it's like it's easy to love people, I think, unless they're like really really like really 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 like unjust, or like something like that kind of gives you pause, because I think people who love also are like then sensitive to like traits that are like harmful. And so like that is for me, like that's like the one thing that gives me pause, is like when I can see someone causing harm, or like I can see that they're doing something that's like problematic or like whatever, then I can't. But other than that, like I'm like so affectionate.
That's beautiful, Maham. I teach and I fall in love with my students every semester. Like at the end of the semester, I always think, oh my God, I miss these students so much, and I won't be able to love the new batch the way I love my students this semester. But every time it actually happens, and every time it feels like a miracle. And I actually also I tell my students that, and they feel it, and I articulate it out to them. Like, don't think it's weird. It's just, and for me, the teaching is like an ibadat. It is an act of worship. I literally do my wazoo before I teach, and I let them know about it. And it doesn't mean that there won't be one or two problematic students who will have very crazy ideas, but as a group, and it's a very, it's not, it is for individuals, but it's also for the group. It's also for the way they interact or take care of each other, the way they respect each other. It's for us as a group. Like, and to me, it feels very maternal. And maybe that's because it's the biggest love I felt is as a mom, but it is very protective of them. And I
Wow,
think
I
it
can
is
really
an
relate
act
to
of
that.
charity to let people know that you love them, because you don't know, maybe we won't take the next breath, maybe they won't be here tomorrow. So I do always tell people, I love you, and to be specific, things that I really, really appreciate about them, we should let them know, because it's an encouragement. It's like watering the hub, the seed of those things in them. It is affirming. It tells them they're seen. It tells them not only that they're loved, but they're seen for why they are lovable, for why they are so valued, so precious. It's literally like a smile in the, as a sales clerk. It makes the other person happy, that you feel happy and walking on clouds the whole day. To be told why people love you, it's such a beautiful act of charity. I think it makes the other person, and you can go back to those memories, and they'll make you smile and feel valued whenever you think of them. So I had not heard of this hadith that our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, said that, go to somebody's house to tell them how much that
Yeah.
you love them. That is intensely beautiful. I'm deeply, deeply moved by that.
Yeah.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah for that.
And I think the other
You
thing
know,
that,
it just reminded me. Sorry, can you just say something about
no,
teaching?
go ahead. Yeah. I was just gonna say something about teaching.
Yes. Yeah, subhanAllah. No, I've just been thinking about, like, just in terms of like purpose, right? I just I remember when I was like in 12th grade, I think, and my English teacher, she said, for example, like she was just saying, like, examples, like, A's to B kind of thing. And she was like, a writer must keep writing and a teacher must keep. And so we said, teaching. She said, no, a teacher must keep learning. And I don't know, that's just stuck with me. And I never thought, even at the time, that I would become a teacher. Like, that was never like, yeah. But actually, maybe it was. But there's just, I feel like the name Rab, the one who raises, that is so like strong and like, taking care of somebody, especially when those somebody's they're not related to you in any way. And it's just, I feel like there's always this like, um, what's it called? Uh, Uncertainty, right? Like with students, they graduate with them. It's like you never know if they're even gonna like cross paths with you again. But you feel so much love for them. Actually, kids, I don't know if it's just kids these days or just my kids. Again, I say my kids because literally like that's how like I conceive of them in my mind. Um, but they be writing some of the most romantic stuff that I've been told been by my kids. And it's just I feel like their love is so like unconditionally pure. And I realized something about what's it called, teaching, that first of all, that it is definitely my purpose. Like you can really tell when someone's purpose is something is someone's purpose. And I realized that because obviously I love learning. That's how I realized part of it. But part of it is also realizing that, like this really personalized thing, you cannot teach. And I think someone sent this thing in one of my group chats. He said that Ghazali said that, someone should not become a teacher or even a parent before they understand like people's how different people's like mizaj and like how their personalities work. And it is such a personalized thing because I went through an Indian education system that does not focus on a child. It focuses on memorizing and it focuses on getting grades, and it creates a country where school children commit suicide because of out of fear of like that's literally the culture. Nobody even bats an eyelid because it's almost expected because of how much stress kids are put under constantly. And I feel like that really, um, encouraged me to not be that kind of like, I really saw the kind of teachers that I did not want to be like. And the teacher that I am, I've never met a teacher to like not to, I mean, yeah, again, like I'm the opposite of what I met, and my kids are always telling me, they're like, I mean, they're just saying nice things, and I feel like that is literally like one of my biggest. It is, I think, probably my biggest achievement, just having kids and being a teacher that I never saw in my life ever. But it reminded me also of the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he is the beloved, right? So he's the beloved of Allah, and he's like this embodiment of love. But he said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Bu'ithtu mu'alliman," I was sent as a teacher. And if you see, like, the hadith, everything, right? Like the narrations and everything, it's kind of like really personal, the way that he taught, the way that, because of course he's a teacher to us, but it came to us through very specific people, through very specific narrators that were like human beings that he was in day-to-day contact with, and things that he said to, like, for example, there's, I think, separate hadith about someone came to the Prophet, a man came to the Prophet and said, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, give me advice. And Rasulullah said, do not get angry. He said, give me advice. He said, do not get angry. Give me another advice. He said, do not get angry. And then another person comes and asks for advice, and he says something completely different. And so it's this thing about, like, personalized, like, learning is such a personalized thing, and Rasulullah knowing and like seeing people as individuals and seeing students, like, people cannot, this was like my main thing as a teacher, is just to provide a safe environment. That's something that I never had in my learning student experience. Is just we cannot learn if we're in fight or flight mode, and we're always stressed. And I feel like Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like, just holding space. And even like when people, like, Amar, what you said about when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam stayed silent, that meant like he was not pleased with something.
Right.
That is not how a lot of teachers show displeasure.
Right.
At least not my teachers, right? So that is a very gentle form of his expression of displeasure. And sometimes kids, especially like a whole class of them, especially when most of them have ADHD and have symptoms and everything, and slime is too much to handle. but like, I had to try and be like, oh, I'm not gonna yell. Once I came into the class and I was so done, like I just sat down, and the girls, they were like dancing and singing. And I didn't want to say anything because I was like, I'm not gonna yell. I'm not that kind of teacher. So when I just sat down in my chair and I just didn't like say anything. And so they immediately stopped. They were like, guys, this is overstimulated. Stop. And then they come up to me. Because one time they were like being really loud, and I was like, can you please not do that? It's really. And I was like thinking about what I should say because I didn't want to say. So one of the girls was like, annoying, right? It's annoying. And I was like, I'm not gonna tell the kids you're annoying. So I said, no, sorry, can you please stop? That's really overstimulating. So then they remembered that, and they were like, guys, stop, Miss is overstimulated. And then one of the girls comes up to me and she's like, Miss, do you need therapy?
Oh, wow.
So it's just like so beautiful, and like, and it's, what it is. My own Arabic teacher, she told me, I don't know, Muhammad, maybe you can say what the actual phrase is, I forgot. She said, our children, we raise our children, and our children raise us. That there's an Arabic saying like that. And yeah, like my children, with my teaching, like my students, they raise me, like, because I have to, have a lot of patience and like do a lot of things. That it is a whole experience. And I think that is why also it's like, raising, what's it called, being a shepherd. I think every prophet or messenger was a shepherd at some point. And so there's this thing about like being a leader, because being a teacher is being a leader. Prophets are obviously, they're destined to be leaders, but they also have to take care. There's like the word ra'i, right, in Arabic. Care, taking care of. So it's like leading with care. That is what a prophet is supposed to do. And that's kind of what a teacher does as well. So that's why I guess Rasulullah said that I was sent to be, or like I was sent as a teacher. Like that's like his other, not his other, that's like his job description almost, that he said.
Yeah, I think something we've been all saying in different ways is about love, at least, is that there's different capacities. Like we all have different capacities for love. I think that's also part of the scary thing, I think, for some people with love. The idea that like, maybe I can't love as much as somebody else, or maybe we translate that improperly in terms of our understanding our self-worth and stuff like that. But then that also makes me think of my friend Dave, and his idea of like, oh, everyone's like different colors. I think we all have different kinds of love too, in addition to have different capacities for love. But the Prophet ﷺ, in a way, I think we can say, has the most perfect kind of love. His love would be golden, it's the most encompassing of any human, at least, right? No human being's love is ever going to be greater than the love of the Prophet ﷺ for his people, his nation. And I think that puts certain other people as well, in that, obviously not the same station, but there are levels, right? And Allah says that in the Quran too, that وَرَفَعَ فَوْقَ وَرَفَعَ بَعْضَكُمْ فَوْقَ بَعْضٍ دَرَجَاتٍ, right? So Allah says that He's raised some of you over others in different aspects. So capacity to love, kind of love that we give each other. I think teachers are of that special kind of love, or maybe teachers just have a higher capacity for love, I think, than maybe other kinds of people. Made me think of the word for teacher in Arabic, or the most common one is mudarris, and dars is like a session or a class or something like that. But the root meaning is to leave a mark or leave a trace. So I always thought that was kind of interesting. Teaching is like leaving a mark or a trace on something, like literally like an imprint. Literally, it's the same verb that's used to like describe how a building would wear over time or erode due to wind and water and stuff like that.
Oh my God,
Like
that's so
the role of a teacher who like really cares. Like I think it's such an underrated thing. And Zanita, I really related to what you were saying about like the way the education system is. Like it can be very, very like rare to come across genuinely good, genuinely loving teachers who aren't just in it just cause, like, but they're in it because they actually really care about their students and about like kind of leaving that mark, as we like discussed from this route. And I had this college professor, Allah yarhamu, he passed away in COVID, but he was like that. He was the kind of teacher who cared about our individual growth, like each and every single one of us, and he like invested in it. Like the way that he treated us, the way both in the classroom and outside the classroom, like everybody, like we wouldn't even like we didn't even call him like professor or sir or whatever. Like we called him Asif Sahab, and Sahab is just like an honorific for somebody who is like older than you,
Right.
in Urdu. And it's just like, it's kind of like Mr. in a way, but like not. It's kind of like a term of like respect in that way, and like almost like a station that you give like when you call someone Sahab. But it's like, he, like, to me personally, but a lot of people felt this way about him, like he was like not just a teacher but like a friend and also a mentor and also like a second father. And like he also like he treated us all like both like his children, and also kind of like he gave us a lot of respect and dignity, and he also like cared about us so much. Like he saw like where each of us were in our journeys, and then he would, during class, like during the time that he would be teaching, he'd like talk to us like during the lesson on like a 1:1 basis, but kind of like in front of the whole class, but in a way that like met us where we were, and then brought us into the discussion, and then went off of our point of views to offer things for our growth, but also kind of to bring that into the discussion, and then shape the discussion from there and everything. And just like thinking about how, I think again it goes back to like being considerate, right? And it's like, it's really beautiful, I think, when someone loves you and they show it by caring for you, right? And like your pain becomes their pain, and they're concerned for your states, like for your growth, for your like spiritual state or for your mental or emotional state and stuff like that. And for me, something that, I mean, I don't attribute it to myself, I attribute it to Allah, and I'm really grateful for this. But like the kind of heart that He's given me is like, if you tell me like your dad's sick or something, I'll be like waking up at the Hajjud crying for your dad and like praying for him and stuff like that. Like your pain becomes my pain, and I'm so grateful to be able to do that, and the fact that doesn't wane. But it's like going back to the Prophet ﷺ as a teacher and as somebody who loved and considered, you know, there's no greater example than his love, because he cried for us, right? Like he was concerned for our state. Like how much did he weep and say ummati, 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 until Allah literally like sent Jibreel alayhi salam down to him to ask him like, why are you crying so much? And he said, my ummah, you know. And then Allah reassured him that like, I will not disappoint you when it comes to your ummah. And he never even met us. Like he described us as his brothers and sisters. And his you know, his companions, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they were like, aren't we your brothers and sisters? He said, no, you're my companions. My brothers are the ones who are going to come after me.
Right.
And they will see me, but they'll believe me and they'll love me. You know, and sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like we never met him, he never met us, but he loved us so much that he cried until Allah literally gave him a guarantee for us, for our sake. Like he saved us preemptively, you know, like he, there's just no higher example of love than that. Like that's just incredible.
You know, in a lot of ways, I really think of Islam in just that simple sense, right? That like, as like, you know, people call it like the religion of peace or religion of forgiveness or mercy. But to me, in a lot of ways, it's the religion of bests, right? It's the faith of like best things, right? Like, you know, we have the best day of the week, we have the best month of the year, we have the best 10 days of, you know, of the year, the best 10 nights of the year, and we have the best of creation, right? We have the Prophet ﷺ, we have the best of words, right? And that's, you know, I think, you know, that's something that I don't know if it's in our nature to kind of like not want to acknowledge, or if it's something that like, you know, society has taught us, right? To just kind of like, you know, be satisfied with the status quo, to not look, you know, beneath the surface, to not read between the lines, just kind of be, you know, satisfied with surface level beauty, and not seek depth, not seek, you know, depth of beauty, and depth and breadth of beauty, and wisdom, and knowledge, and things like that. Yeah. I think.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, if I can, sorry, get finish it.
No,
Sorry, Omar.
that was kind of, I just kind of trailed off there, but just, yeah, religion of bests, you know, just like the idea of like,
Yeah,
there's a best thing, even if it's like,
yeah,
you know, as simple as like, you know, walking into the bathroom, or like walking into the masjid, right? We have protocol for that, right? You walk in with the
yeah,
left, you walk in to the masjid with the right, bathroom with the left. You know, if you start the prayer line, you start from the right? They seem like little trivial things, right? Like, you know, like how could they have any merit or any value? But it's just like Islam and our faith, and the Sunnah always emphasize this idea, I think, that like in every single moment there's always a best possible path. In every single moment there's always a best possible decision that you can make, and that's always going to be whatever, you know, honors Allah and His Messenger, and His message. Yeah.
and that's the Sirat Mustaqim.
Right.
For every single second, there is that Sirat Mustaqim. And you know, when you talked about the best religion and the best ummah and the best makhluk, for me, Islam, it really inhabits the place of the religion of love. And I know, you know, Rumi and everyone has already said it to a point that it's become cliched. Um, but it's like we were created for love, and it's reflected in the titles of the prophets. So you know, from Khalil Allah and Kalim Allah and Ruh Allah to the final and the finality of Mehboob Allah. That hub, that um, love is the end all. It's the purpose. it culminates in our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam,
Yeah, so it's
and that is his title,
yeah,
right? It is his title. If
mahbub.
Khalilullah was the title of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam, Mahbubullah is the title for our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him. And so to aspire to feel that, um, and that is what he embodies. So even in everything that we learn how to do, there is love in it. The fact that he gave us guidance, right? How to step into the bathroom, how to leave the home, to look at the sky, how to pray, how, like giving water to the thirsty, to the plants, to the animals. There's love and teaching, subhanallah, teaching, being a parent, being a friend, being a stranger, and to feel love for somebody. To me, that is Islam.
Yeah. And to tie it back to these sessions and the research and the work that I do is like, love is the best way to learn too. Like that's really, in a
100%.
yeah, in a technical sense, I think there are even scientists that talk about this as like an embodied cognition, right? As like metaphor being the fundamental operation of the mind, or stories, right? Because it needs to be grounded, right? Whatever it is, you're not going to take anything, and you're not going to internalize anything, unless it's grounded in some way, unless it's balanced in some way. And love is the best way to do that. I mean, you can learn the hard way, right? You can learn with pain and suffering too. It's not fun. Nobody really enjoys that. I mean, it's one way to learn. It is effective as well, but love is the best way. Yeah, and that's part of the
Exactly.
goal with these
Us
sessions.
being here. Yeah,
Pardon?
exactly. Like us being here still 4 hours later, like this is love too.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. I was just thinking that the fact that we are here listening to each other and feeling love for each other and for our Prophet together, which also kind of increases that fervor. Like when you're in a group, when you do salat together, or when you do zikr together, when you do hajj together, there is a magnification of emotion. There is a sense of awe that comes in with us doing it together. So in the same way, our discussion, even if to be inspired by each other's thoughts and stories and emotions and information that we bring together, but to be hooked into it, I think that requires love.
Yeah, the technology isn't there yet, but the lab reports that I've been generating, at some point, I think, I mean, I think what's actually happening in these conversations, especially when we go on, it's very similar to like this graph here, right? Like we start with a seed,
Yeah.
right, and
Yeah.
then it expands, and all we're doing is connecting the dots. That's what love is connecting the dots. Yeah.
And it always comes back to our beloved Prophet or Allah Ta'ala. It keeps we keep receiving that rain from him.
Yeah.
We grow the roots and we grow the branches and the fruit that again produce more seeds. But it's that the for me that rain, the water, the nutrition, the oxygen is provided by Allah Ta'ala and by our beloved Prophet and love for him.
Yeah.
So I want to share a story actually, since we're talking of love.
Please.
Those of you who come from South Asia, you obviously know Nizamuddin Aulia. Those who don't and who might not have heard of him, he's kind of a patron saint of Delhi, and he's from the Chishtiya order. And his initiator, his peer, his guide was a Punjabi Sufi called Baba Farid Ganj Shakkar. Ganj Shakkar means the one with the treasure of sugar. And at one point, this Baba Farid is feeling very generous, and he's in a very happy mood, in a very generous mood. And he tells Nizamuddin Aulia, who's obviously that is his title as well, and I'm forgetting his actual real name, but he tells him, "So tell me, what do you want? Do you want to be the ashik or the mashuk? Do you want to be
Mm.
the lover or the beloved?" And obviously, Allah, of Allah. And Nizamuddin Aulia, although a young teenager, he realizes it's a very heavy question. And typical to many Sufis, he's very much a mother's boy. He loves his mother, and his mother is alive and a pious woman. And he says, I want to discuss it with my mother. And can I come back tomorrow to answer your question? And Baba Farid says, yes, of course. So he goes back to his mom. On the way to his home, he sees a new dervish that he had never seen before in those streets. Older man, dressed in rags. And when Nizamuddin Aulia is passing by, the Baba asks him, Oh, I was about to go say it in Punjabi, but hey, young man, so what do you want to be? Do you want to be the lover or do you want to be the beloved? Go to your mom, find out. And then he laughs. And Nizamuddin Aulia is stunned and a little bit scared, like, how in the world did this dervish on the road? I don't even know him. How did he find out? Like, that was a private conversation I had with my teacher. And he hurries off to his home. And when he gets home, he tells his mom why he's here. He tells her about the question, and he tells her about the dervish. And the mother says, the Darvesh Baba obviously seems to have some. He could read your heart. He could see what was in your heart. So the word we use in Urdu is "pahuncha hua." He's already arrived somewhere. He's there. He's somewhere special. He has a special designation with Allah. So I think, tomorrow morning, go to him and see what he says. And so Nizamuddin Aulia is relieved and he says, oh, that's a great idea. Thank you, Mom. And goes to bed, wakes up the morning, and joyfully goes back to find the dervish, and there's no one there. He asks around, and they say, oh, we hadn't really seen this guy. He just popped up, and we don't really know where he went. And then he goes, further looking for him, and then somebody tells her, "Oh, that Baba, he died. He died last night." And Nizamuddin Aulia is heartbroken, and he says, "Okay, so where did you guys bury him, so I can visit him at his gravesite?" And the guy said, "Oh, well, we didn't even bury him because none of us knew who he was, and so he's just lying there on the corner, waiting." Probably for some people to recognize who he is, and then they'll bury him. So he goes and he finds him, near not a very clean spot, and he says, Baba, you did a number on me. You tantalized me with your question, and I came back to ask you, and you died. And the Baba wakes up. He gets up and he says, um, in that case, choose to be the beloved. Because if you choose to be the lover, the ashik, you will end up like me. And he falls down on the heap of, refuse, and he is actually still dead. And to this date, Nizamuddin Aulia is one of his other titles is Mehboob Ilahi, the beloved of the Lord.
Mm.
Right? So both paths take you to Allah. But the Mehboob, to be the Mehboob and to be the Mehboob, you have to love Allah's beloved, which is our Prophet, peace be upon him.
Nice old son.
Right? So the circularity of love, even the wrong path, even the other path will still take you to Allah. Some are easy, some are harder. Some are the Sirat Mustaqim, some are the harder paths, but whatever is given to us.
This reminds me of a dhikr that I've been doing. It's this dua that was, I think, taught to us by Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And it's Allahumma rzuqni hubbak wa hubba man yanfa'uni hubbuhu indak. Allahumma ma razaqtani mimma uhibbu faj'alhu quwwatan li fima tuhib wa ma zawayta anni mimma uhibbu faj'alhu faraghan li fima tuhib. So it's like, oh Allah, nourish me with your love, and the love of those whose love will benefit me with you. And oh Allah, whatever you've given to me as risk from what I love, make it like I think, a path for me to towards what you love, and whatever you've make it like a strength for me, and then whatever you've like withheld from me from what I love, make it a way for me to like have kind of relief and freedom from the things that you don't love. And it's just beautiful. Like whenever I feel that kind of upsurge of like love, like, or just wanting to like feel like, you know, that question of like, do you want to be the beloved or do you want to be the lover? And it's like
Mhm.
when I'm like, I want Allah to love me. Like it's just
Can
like
you
starting
share
making this
this
dua.
dua, Maham Jigar? Can
Yeah,
you
of
please?
course.
Yeah, in the I'd be super super grateful. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you.
MashaAllah. So beautiful, MashaAllah. Wow.
Can I say something about teaching?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, all of this stuff, like, it just reminded me. So, for example, like, the Sufi path is the path of love, right? And the reason, like, what pulls us, again, very specific people are even called to the path. And the first thing that you're recommended to do is to seek a teacher. So it's so interesting. And I was thinking about, you know, Alhamdulillah, Maha mentioned her teacher. Alhamdulillah, I'm so blessed to also have many, many teachers who are like my friends there. But this is the thing, it's so difficult to say that because recently one of my teachers said, you know, I was like, I was having an issue. I was like, I need to, you know, speak to this person about this, but I'm not going to be able to speak to them. So he said, it's okay, I'll speak to him for you. And I'll say, I'm like Zamira's older brother. And I was like, no, you're not. And I just felt so weird because it feels really weird to put another name to teacher. Like there's no word that is enough. Wow, not to be dramatic or anything, but it's such a different thing to anything else. That like the relationship is so like unique to every other relationship. Like it can encompass. Because I remember one time I was thinking about like I was feeling like a lack of rahma or like maternal love, and so who's like you know someone that embodies this in my life, and it's just like one of my professors who's just like he's an older man, like he's not even you know he's not a woman obviously, but it was like he's the one that has actually embodied rahma for me, and it's so like a maternal love. And but he's also like primarily I guess my teacher, and like even these words like teacher mentor, and I feel like something this like what I feel is really encompassed in the way that the Sufi path is, because you are not told to find you know God through your parents or your husband or your wife or your kids, but through a teacher or even through a friend, right? Because even though friends are really important and all those other relationships are really important, but I feel like teacher is this relationship that is like encompasses but also transcends all of those things. And it's like supposed to be this special mirror, even though all relationships are mirrors. But it's like you seek a teacher, you seek a sheikh or a sheikha, and that's supposed to be your path to Allah, not all these other relationships. And I just think that's so intriguing. Like, what is it? Like, what is even a teacher? um, especially like not the kind of I mean I hope I can be that kind of teacher, but especially the kind of teacher that you know really good shuyukh are that really match I guess their murid. And again murid, again there's something like there's a bit of love or desire there, right? Like the word murid, someone who desires, like you desire your teacher. The teacher is like the point of desire even, and you desire to be, I guess, guided by them, but also just to be in their presence. Because I remember, I remember the first time my first Sufi teacher, he took me to meet his sheikh, and subhanallah, it all happened really miraculously. But while I was sitting in the talk, I was just looking at the way that my professor was looking at his teacher, and I was like, wow, you know, they say get you someone who looks like looks at you like that. I was like, he was looking at his sheikh with so much love. I was like, wow, I've never seen a man look at another, another man like this. But he's so mesmerized by his teacher. And really, like, people are actually obsessed. And I think that's the level of love, like, that it would take for me to actually have the sheikh, like a Sufi sheikh. But yeah, so there's also, like, in one of the Azkar, the Sufi Azkar, I don't remember exactly which one, but it says, like, there's a dua at the end, right? And it says, like, وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا وَلِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ وَلِلْمُؤْمِنَاتِ. And then it says وَلِوَالِدِينَ, and our parents, وَمَشَايِخِنَا, and our teachers. And so it's like right after parents, it says teachers, and it's so interesting. But yeah, I feel like there's like a familial relationship with them. There's even maybe like again, Rumi and Shams Tabrizi, like that's supposed to be like a lover and beloved relationship there. And there's also like a maternal. It's just so much. Like it's literally all kinds of loves, I guess. And again, it's also almost too. I don't wanna. Don't want to be blasphemous, but it is also a divine love that the teacher has for the beloved because it's a very unconditional love, which again, I realized this like after becoming a teacher. It's like students don't learn if I have, fun stuff to tell them or like, if I'm really cool with the way that I present or like have storytelling, whatever, right? All that is great, but they need to be known, if they need it to be known to them that I already love them, accept them as they are. And on top of that, here's something that you can do. And I feel like that's so important. The Sheikh accepts you for who you are because that's the thing. Like this Sheikh, when Huma was speaking about, she said he could see his heart. Like that's most Sheikh can do that actually. But it's this thing about someone, it's like knowing and loving, right? I remember Dr. Ali said once that, oh my gosh, it just reminds me of, sorry, this is really triggering for me, getting to know someone. But it just reminds me of yeah, what Dr. Ali said once. He said, it is the greatest tragedy if knowledge comes before love. Um, and yeah, so I feel like shuyukh, especially when they have really strong insight and they can see into your heart, they can see into your states. Many of them can. That sheikh, that my teacher's sheikh, he could see because every single thing that he said was actually in his speech was a personal attack at me. And I had just met him then. But yeah, so when someone like that can see you, really see you, and then they still love you and they still accept you, and even like it's almost like they deem you worthy, right, of being God's beloved, because that's what the path is about. It is about getting to that station of becoming wali. Um, and I feel like it's such a validation to be like, oh, this sheikh thinks I'm actually good enough for like becoming God's wali, like becoming God's beloved. And I feel like that in itself, even after that comes everything else, like them being your mirror, them teaching you whatever. But before all of that, just like a person looking at you from the inside, someone who actually can see you and see your flaws and your deficiencies and still be like, yeah, you're actually, it's all right. Like you're acceptable and you're acceptable to be in like God's presence because that's what the end goal is. That's just so like, I don't know, it's just enormous.
So that this kind of makes me think of a lot of different things, but generally, it's kind of, maybe I can kind of summarize it in like when you love someone, sometimes you kind of know them better than they know themselves. And I think that's an important part of all our relationships. From parents to spouses, friends, is that we can never see ourselves completely, and so we need others to like help us see our own backside. For example, you need a mirror, right, to help you see yourself fully. But that puts teachers in a very high station, right? That with great power comes great responsibility. And I think maybe to answer your questions, Nira, what is teaching? I think teaching is like the best way to learn. Really, that's an answer that I really like, or that's a way of thinking of teaching that I've always really liked. Is that like when you teach, that's really you're just reinforcing, you know, the knowledge that you have. You're re-internalizing it in a way. Teaching is the best way to kind of do that. So that's a big part of all of this. All of this this group and the sessions and the research too is kind of revolutionizing learning. Because like I said, I think the best way to learn is with love. But yeah, I think that puts our teachers in a very high station. But it also makes me think of the hadith that the Prophet ﷺ says, "Kullukum ra'in," right? All of you are shepherds, and all of us have our flock. So that points me again to that idea of like we all have different capacities for love. We all have different kinds of love that we can give maybe. But capacity is the important thing. That some of us are leaders, some of us are better at some things than other things. Yeah, and I think that's I think that that teaches us that our capacity for love is not fixed. We can grow our capacity to love. because our ability to teach is, kind of a direct parallel of our ability to love. Because it takes patience. It takes a little bit of sacrifice to teach, right? But it also takes, like, a good teacher, will sacrifice. He'll put the time in, but he'll also be passionate, right? He or she will also be passionate and enthusiastic, and that's how you actually ground meaning, and that's how you teach most effectively, I think, and that's why these conversations are really so important to me. And alhamdulillah, you guys are all hiba, and mawhiba, and you have so much mawhiba from Allah, so much hiba in this group and in these sessions. Somebody mentioned wisdom too. I think it was Zanira earlier. Hikmah. And it's also one of my favorite roots. So maybe we can end on this. I don't know if anybody has any other thoughts, but it's also one of my favorite roots because hikmah is tied to the idea of a hikam, which is or hakam, I forget, or maybe it's hukm, I forget. I think it's hakam, which is basically, it's a bit, and a bit is the thing that you put inside the horse's mouth when you're riding him to control him. So I always thought that was a really kind of beautiful parallel between, like, wisdom and knowing how to control knowing how to control a mouth, or a horse, or literally something that controls the mouth, is being tied to wisdom. But I guess there's also, relationship between, like, horse riding and controlling a horse, or riding a horse effectively, and wisdom as well. But wow, mashallah, very.
Can I say something about hub, the one that you have here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so one of the meanings that I found in what's it called? Well, yeah, I definitely don't have the control over my mouth, unfortunately. But
No, don't say that.
but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's okay. But but yeah. So basically, I remember once I just like searched, I think Mahbub or Habib or something, or just Hub, I think, right, on Al-Maani, but like with the English translation. It doesn't say it here, but one of the translations there was not professional. Okay, so I was like, wow, what does that even mean? And then I was like,
Not professional.
I think Habib. Yeah. But and then I was like, yeah, what does that mean? And then I was like, oh, I know what they mean. They mean amateur. And I guess amateur also probably comes from a root, maybe amor for love, I'm assuming. But I realized what they were kind of getting at. I don't know if it's part of the Arabic root, but they were getting at like doing something because it just brought me back to your like the whole discourse about duty and love. And so they were implying that Habib is like somebody who's not a professional. So like they do something which implies that they're an amateur, which implies that they do something not out of a duty because they're professional, but out of just pure love for the, I don't know, the art or whatever they do.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever. Do you know what the word is, or is it just Habib?
No, it was just Habib. Well, I could probably just look it up now. But yeah, it was so interesting because I was like, oh wow, like I didn't think of it like that, about like just doing things out of love and not out of
So we have the
obligation.
same, term for in academia, people who are careerists and those who do it out of love. And in that sense, the amateur really captures that. You're doing it out of love, not to make a career for yourself. Not that, there's anything wrong with making a career, but that everything is for the goal of making a career rather than love. A friend of mine teaches maths. I used to teach computer science and then literature and film theory and all. And we would laugh amongst ourselves that people ask us and how we are friends, but both she and I, what we actually teach is love, because we have to love. We have to embody love to be able to teach. So whether it's algebra, calculus, or film theory, we're actually teaching love.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, like, the whole thing of like being an amateur, I think it's on one hand it is, and that is the actual meaning of the word as well, is like someone who does something out of pursuing it for the love of pursuing it. It's not about being perfect. But I think it's also like, it's like being an amateur means that you abandon fear because you're not looking for perfectionism and you're not looking for like something that is very like I don't know, but you're just kind of like you're more leaning into the fact that you're passionate about something. And so when that like when the fear is abandoned, then you get to kind of have like it's like there's like a pureness to that pursuit, I think.
And I think we take our risks when we are not scared of, oh, will this look good on my resume? Will this look, be good for the next promotion? But when we're doing something for love and accepting our own imperfections, we take risks. And I think there is genius in those risks. Risks, risk and risk. There is serendipity. There is discovery. There is wahab. There is a gift in those risks.
MashaAllah. I didn't think we'd talk about love today, but I guess it's fitting. SubhanAllah. Yeah, MashaAllah.
You literally started the thing. You were like mahabba.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually know how we got into love. Did anybody remember?
Yeah, I remember because you said mawhib is like it's not even the gift. It's not like mahab. It's not like hub. It's
Oh,
mahabba, which is
mahabba. Right,
almost
right,
like
right.
the
Yeah.
place of love,
Right. The
or the
place of
place
love.
that love comes
Right.
from.
Yeah. Nice, good memory. Yeah. That's why morphology is so cool, because it just lets you kind of just travel through language and jump from one idea to another.
Yeah, I would love to stay, but I actually remembered I have duties and responsibilities to my kids, whom I also love, and I need to go to school tomorrow. So,
Yeah, I think we all have
yeah.
some duties to attend to. Jazakumullah khair again. You've all been a gift. Your presence has all been a gift. So Jazakumullah khair. And I have a lot of quotes and stuff about love. So maybe I will flood the chat room with some
Yeah,
of
you
that
should
stuff.
send us your poetry too, the cheesy ones.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, please,
One,
please. You
I
already
was just thinking
mentioned
about
it.
it.
You have to.
yeah. One
Josh is
day.
gonna be so surprised. He's gonna be like,
Yeah.
"What is going on?"
It's on
And he's gonna have to come back.
it's on the internet somewhere. I just I haven't yeah, it's on. I mean, I don't think you could find it if you tried to search for it. But yeah, I'm
You
planning on.
underestimate the investigative abilities of women.
Yeah, I have an old blog, an old WordPress blog that I'm gonna try and integrate into Mind Roots somehow. I just don't know exactly how to do it yet. I also got to make sure there's nothing too embarrassing.
No, it's okay. Be
But
embarrassing. Just
Yeah.
us.
yeah, no, thank you, thank you. Actually, I feel like I really needed to hear that. I'm literally so embarrassed. I'm like, I'm embarrassed to admit that I love people. I'm embarrassed if I don't even know what my problem is. But yeah, you know what? It's fine. Just be embarrassed. Like you just have to own it.
Yeah, that's
It is what it
be like
is.
the lover boys and lover girls that we are because we just are.
Simps.
All right. Well, I mean, if you find it on the internet, yeah, feel free to to enjoy it. But I know I will add it somehow. I got to figure out how to do it. But yeah, I think having my poetry and other stuff too, other references and quotes and stuff like that would be cool to share. I just noticed there's a face in here. Did anybody notice that before? I never noticed this.
Yes, I've been
Yeah, I
looking
felt
at
like
that.
a
Like it
woman's
almost looks like a
figure.
female body. Yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
wow! I
exactly.
did
it's
not.
a female body.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Wow. Oh, there you go.
No, the face looks very intentional because there's like eyelashes and a mouth and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
like a whole
know.
face.
Yeah, I don't know where I found
Looks
this.
like you did it on purpose.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
just found it on the internet, but yeah, maybe I'll have an artist design something for
I
me.
also noticed it today during while you were talking about love, and I was just thinking it kind of add up to the whole romantic picture that you presented about yourself today.
Yeah.
I was literally thinking we should tell Mara we're still on.
No, it's fine. I asked Maham and I just hop in again.
Yeah. Subhanallah. No, I mean I think it's like officially like a podcast now. We just keep going. So yeah,
Literally.
inshallah.
Podcast plus therapy.
Yeah. No, I think I have it in one of the documents that, like, you know, psychoanalytic sessions are about, like, tracing the movement of feelings. Right? Here we're kind of just tracing the movement of meaning, you know, in language. So it's very similar. All right.
Jazakallah khair.
Love you guys.
Jazakallah khair.
Yeah, I love all you guys too,
Love
for the
you
sake
guys.
of Allah.
Inshallah. See you
I'm
next
still
week.
embarrassed to say it, but I'm just holding the
Say
energy
it,
out.
Zanira. Say it back.
Yeah, I struggle with it a lot too. Actually, I don't say it often, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's difficult for me to say for sure. Yeah, especially even with my own parents and stuff. But it's just, I don't know if it's a culture thing. I think with Desi is like you guys say, you actually say I love you, like in English.
Oh my
In
God,
English.
no, I
But
don't know
we say
what.
it in English.
Not at all.
We can't say it in
Yeah, I don't even know
Urdu.
how to say it in Urdu. I would die.
Yeah, like
In Urdu, it
now,
sounds
I
so
can say no.
formal and weird.
God.
Yeah,
Yeah, and cringe and
yeah.
unfamiliar.
Yeah. Even in Arabic, it's still a little weird, you know. But yeah, we say it in a lot of different ways too. Top
My
of
aunt said like some things to me once, and she was like, "You're so beloved to me. Like after my son, you're the most beloved person to me in the whole world. I care about you so much." And to this day, if you ask me, like she said it all to me in Urdu, and if you ask me like the words that she said in Urdu, I don't know them because
Wow.
I don't know. I just like erased them. They out of my mind because they were so unfamiliar to me because nobody ever said that to me in Urdu.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a trauma thing, you know, like and I guess like amongst my friends, even the ones that speak Urdu, we just say it in English because I guess yeah, it was just like a childhood thing where you don't say it, like you just I guess you just show it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's maybe one of the cool things that you know, the cool aspects of westernization and colonialization, maybe, because it's not.
Oh my God,
But
for
no,
sure.
but
I
we
used to
do
watch
show it in other
white
ways.
people
That
shows.
no, but we do show it in other ways. Like we call John or
Johnny, yeah,
giggles.
John, yeah,
John, you know, that's my
right,
life. We
yeah,
call them
yeah,
our soul, and we say you're my liver,
yeah,
and or like Habibati, and you
yeah,
know,
Habibi, yeah,
Ya Abati. You know, and there's so much love in the way we address
yeah,
people
right,
that perhaps there is
It's
no
the
need to
names and the names.
necessarily. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
and it's in every time we address. It's not one occasion to say I love you, but we are
right,
always saying it.
yeah. That's very true. Okay,
Yeah, I think
fair,
nicknames are like a very clear expression of love in language.
yeah,
I think, yeah.
Habibi Azizi, yeah. Okay, I do have to go too.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Jazakumullah khair until next time,
Jazakallah
inshallah.
khair. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Salam.